I want to thank Merrimack in particular for hosting us this evening. If you're not aware, we have two parts to this evening. The first part is the official public comment hearing for the draft air permit for Saint-Gobain. If that is not your interest, we also do have Golder at the table over there, which you can't see through the wall, obviously, so I'll make them wave. They are the contractor for Saint-Gobain for the site investigation, extension of water, bottled water, that kind of stuff. So if that's what you're here for, you might want to go out there during their hearing portion, try and get your questions answered. They have their latest work statement, and they can go through scheduling for you. Again, the first portion of this is going to be a formal public hearing that's different than our normal activities. You hopefully have signed a card if you want to make a statement and be logged into the public hearing log. People not amp it down, I hope. You will be called up to the podium, you make your statement. We have an official hearing officer, who will be Mike Fitzgerald, the Assistant Director of the Air Division. It is recorded, so please do be aware that you are being recorded by the state so we can get a transcript and we can get a good public record. That's the important thing here. We're here in the first portion of this evening to collect public comment. Kathy will give a presentation, but it's really to gain public comment on the draft permit. After that, we'll take a very short break. We'll come back. Jeff Martz, is Jeff in here? I guess he's out in the hall. We'll then give an update on the site investigation, where we're at with that, changes that are going on associated with bottled water and additional well testing, and then we'll have a question and answer period towards the end. It is a long evening, so we ask that people work with us in keeping this moving in a timely fashion. In particular, though, again, the first portion is a public hearing. Comments have to be made where we can get a good recording, so we get a good transcript and we get a good public record, and you will be called up in line with what you filled in on the card. So if you haven't filled in a card, please do go out, grab a card, fill in that you want to make a public comment, and we'll get you up and get you under the record. All right, with it. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Clark Friese. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of DES. I feel like I live in this gymnasium, so I apologize for not introducing myself. With that, I'd like to introduce Mike Fitzgerald, who is the Assistant Director of the Air Division.
Good evening. Thank you very much. For the record, it is shortly after 6 p.m. on November 5th, 2019. We are at the James Mastrocola Upper Elementary School, located at 26 Babusick Lake Road in Merrimack, New Hampshire, for a public hearing on the draft temporary permit for Saint-Gobain Performance Plastics Corporation. This draft permit is for the installation of air pollution control equipment for the purpose of complying with New Hampshire Revised Statute Annotated RSA 125-C:10-E. That is titled Requirements for Air Emissions of Perfluorinated Compounds Impacting Soil and Water. As Assistant Commissioner Friese mentioned, my name is Michael Fitzgerald. I serve as the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services, and I've been appointed by Craig Wright, who's Director of the Air Division at DES. I've been appointed by Craig to serve as the hearing officer for tonight's hearing. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules, ENV-A200 and ENV-C200. As required by these rules, the proceedings of the hearing are being recorded on audio tape. The purpose of this hearing is to provide information on the draft temporary permit and to receive public comments specific to the draft permit. Notice for this hearing was published on October 4th in the Manchester Union Leader and the Merrimack Journal. The process for this hearing will be as follows. First, Catherine Beam, to my right, of the Air Resources Division. She will provide a brief presentation on the draft permit. Following the presentation, anyone wishing to make oral comments or to submit written comments on the draft permit for the department's consideration may do so during this hearing. If you plan to speak and submit written comments, you do not need to read your entire comments into the record. You can summarize it for those of us that are here and then submit your written comment. The entirety of that written comment will be taken into consideration in the department's deliberations. Written comments can also be submitted directly to the department without providing oral testimony. The October 4th public notice for tonight's hearing stated that all written comments on this draft permit must be submitted to the department by the close of business on Monday, November 18th, 2019. Please note that Director Wright has extended that deadline to submit written comments to 4 p.m. on Friday, December 6th, 2019. Anyone wishing to provide oral testimony this evening should fill out one of the blue cards that were available at the front table when you came in. I believe we still have blue cards for anyone who'd missed that and is wishing to comment. You should fill out a blue card and then forward it to NHDES staff, either Assistant Commissioner Friese sitting right here on the front row, and Gary Milbury of the ARD also sitting over here to my left. Okay, they will be accepting blue cards if you decide you didn't do one and you decide you need to later. They will then bring the cards to me. We will call your name when it's time for you to testify and ask you to step up to the microphone at the lectern right here in front of us and make your comments. We will call each speaker in the order in which we receive the cards, and I simply ask that all who speak please state for the record your name, your title, if any, and the name of the party that you represent, if applicable. You may just be a private citizen, but just certainly make sure that we have your name. Given the nature of tonight's event, with the information session following the public hearing and the potential for a very long evening, each person will be asked to stay to a 5-minute maximum speaking time. After everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity, those who wish to add additional comments may come back up to the microphone. Again, you must be called and you must recognize. You must fill out a blue card if you want to speak tonight. This is not an open forum. Okay. There are a couple of items to note. As mentioned earlier, this hearing is being held to allow interested parties an opportunity to testify and offer their comments regarding the draft air permit. The department is here to listen to your comments and to receive any written materials you may wish to submit. This is your opportunity to voice your opinion on the draft permit. NHDES program staff knowledgeable on the content of the draft permit and permitting procedures are here and may be able to answer questions if those questions are simply clarifications and they're necessary to better understand. The primary reason that we're here is to listen to you and your comments on this draft permit. The public hearing is not about the site investigation or new water standards. Those questions will be addressed during the information session in the second half of tonight's event. This hearing is only with regards to the draft air permit. Once the hearing is closed, we will move on to the other proceedings. Once everyone who cares to testify has done so, I will close the public hearing. Once the air permit public hearing is closed, any oral comments related to the draft permit that are received in the second half of tonight's event and that the commenter wishes to be included in the final decision on the content of the air permit must be put in writing and submitted to the department no later than 4 p.m. on Friday, December 6th, 2019. After the close of the comment period, all comments received on this draft permit will receive the same thorough consideration by the director in making his final decision. Does anyone have any questions with regards to how this proceeding how we will proceed? In that case, we're going to begin with a technical presentation on the draft permit from Catherine Beam.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening. My name is Kathy Beam, and I'm an administrator at the Department of Environmental Services Air Resources Division. And as Mike Fitzgerald said, we are here tonight to receive comments on the draft permit for proposal to install air pollution control equipment at Saint-Gobain here in Merrimack. My presentation is going to follow this basic outline. What I'm trying to do is put all of us on the same playing field with regard to the facility, the devices that are covered by the permit, the regulations that were considered in writing the permit, specifically related to the PFAS regulations and control equipment that's being proposed. And then I'm going to go over some of the conditions within the draft permit, and finally end with a small discussion on the permit process and where we go from here. So as you know, Saint-Gobain makes products that are for water or weather and chemical resistance. And those products are typically made on either a fabric coater or a film line. So I want to just explain how those processes operate. So the diagram in front of you is a diagram of the fabric coating line, and the orange line that you see is the path that the fabric goes through the device. So either Saint-Gobain makes their own fabric or they purchase fabric on rolls, and the rolls are unwound into the device and they go into what's called a dip pan. And that is where the coatings that are put onto the fabric are applied. The fabric then leaves the dip pan and goes up through a drying and baking tower. Now that tower has 3 zones. The first zone is to remove the water that is a component of the coatings. The second zone is at a higher temperature, and it's designed to volatilize the surfactants in the coating, and I'm going to explain that in a moment. And then the third zone is to adhere the resin that they want on the fabric to the fabric before the cloth comes back down the backside of the tower and gets rolled up. Now, you'll hear me talk tonight about the raw materials used at the facility. The facility purchases their raw materials either in totes or drums. They come in from their suppliers in that manner. So some of the sampling that's been done has been done directly on the materials that have come into the facility. When they are making a particular kind of fabric, they have certain conditions that they want that fabric to be able to perform to, and so they have different coating formulations. They mix several different raw materials into what's called the sample or the coating that goes into the dip pan. That's their coating. So you'll hear me talk a little bit about samples that were taken of the raw materials individually, and also dip pan samples that were taken during stack tests during actual runs of the process. And then finally, the 3 different zones of the tower all vent to the same ductwork that then exits the building through the stacks, and that is where the air emissions sampling takes place. Now, in the same manner that they coat fabric, they also make cast film. Now, the film itself is a product that is very similar to the raw materials and coatings that are put onto the fabric. In many cases, it's used just to add an extra layer of that coating to the fabric at the final stage. But instead of coating a fabric, it's actually coating a reusable carrier belt. So the black line that you see coming off from, point with this, off from the main roll, that goes through the process, but it doesn't remain with the final product. So you have the reusable carrier belt going into the dip pan, just like the fabric did on the coating towers. It picks up the material, it goes up through the same type of tower with 3 stages, it comes back out the other side, and then the product is the final film that is separated from that carrier belt. Now you'll hear me talk a little bit about the QX tower. The QX tower is a cast film process. And the QX tower actually has 5 of these stages in series. And they can make film either with 1 through 5 different stages, and they can even rerun the film through the QX tower for multiple passes. So I just wanted to explain what the QX tower is because you'll hear a lot about that in tonight's presentation. Again, they bring in raw materials. We have samples of raw materials, but we also have samples of the dip pan, just like the fabric coating. and the air emissions are sampled at the exhaust point. Now, Saint-Gobain has other devices at their facility, very similar to what other industrial facilities have. They have a fire pump in case of a fire. They have an emergency generator in case of an electrical outage. They have a small boiler for building heat. You'll also hear me talk a little bit, and you'll see in the permit, a device called the antenna cover fabrication area. That's actually not a device. It is a final processing step where they will take several fabrics and either glue them to each other or glue them to metal frames to make the final antenna covers that they process there. So that is a specific area, and mostly what they use over there are materials to glue those fabrics together. So there are some compounds that get emitted from that process. They are not PFAS related. They are volatile organic compounds, very similar to when you use glue and you can smell the glue being volatilized off as the product is working. That's what that area is about. Now, there's some devices at the facility that have not been part of the air permit in the past. They're listed here in the orange box, and that is because these devices don't use added solvents or chemicals in the process. So, for example, if they wanted to take two fabrics and put a film between it and then laminate all three together to make their final product, they would be either using the MTM or the step press laminator to do that. Because these devices use heat to do that, and those fabrics have coatings on them that could have PFAS chemicals on them, Saint-Gobain has proposed, and the department has agreed, that these devices should be part of the same process gases that go to the control device. So these devices, along with the fabric coaters and the film lines, are proposed to be tied to one main header that will go to one thermal oxidizer for control equipment. So there'll be multiple devices all going to one control device, and there'll be one stack when this project is complete. Now, the facility has had permits through the department since as far back as 1994. And the antenna fabric coating line is one of those devices that has been permitted ever since that time frame. Now, back in 1994, the department issued permits for each individual device, but the permitting process changed in mid-1995. And so at that point, they got a facility permit, and it limited how much their volatile organic compound emissions could be. So the facility is limited to 50 tons per year of VOCs. And if you look at the graph above, you'll see the blue line is the actual VOC emissions that have been emitted from the facility over this time frame. So their actual VOC emissions are less than their permitted allowable limits. In addition to VOC emissions, they also have a limit on their hazardous air pollutants. So for example, ethylene glycol is a compound that is emitted from the facility. Its highest actual emissions over the last 6 years have been about 4 tons per year. The permit limits individual HAPs to 10 tons per year. So if you add up all of the hazardous air pollutants that they emit, they're roughly 9 tons per year, depending on which year you look at for actual emissions, but this is the highest. And they're limited as a group to 25 tons per year. Now, you'll also see hydrogen fluoride is written up there. Hydrogen fluoride is a compound that they are emitting in a small amount today, but that hazardous air pollutant will increase as a result of the proposed control device. It's estimated it'll be around 1 ton per year. Again, less than the threshold of 10 tons per year that they're allowed. So those conditions are already part of their permit that they had prior to this exercise. In addition, because they emit volatile organic compounds, they are subject to another state rule, and that is VOC RACT, Reasonably Available Control Technology. And that rule requires Saint-Gobain to enact work practices at the facility to minimize how much VOCs get emitted just from the compounds while they're sitting either in a chemical storage area or being transported throughout the facility to minimize how much VOCs come just from the storage portion of the facility. In addition, because they're subject to this rule, they are limited to how much VOCs can be in their coatings. So the numbers that you see on the slide above are the limits to how much VOCs can be contained in the coatings that they apply when they're coating the fabrics or making the film. Another state law is the Air Toxics Control Act, which is part of state statute RSA 125I. This statute defines what a regulated toxic air pollutant is, and there are hundreds on the list. It also outlines how standards can be set for those regulated toxic air pollutants. Those standards are called ambient air limits. And finally, the statute authorizes the department to write rules regarding emissions of those compounds, and that rule is our regulated toxic air pollutant rule. It's in our rules under ENVA 1400. Now, this rule contains a list of all the RTAPs and the standards that emissions have to be below in order to ensure that inhalation-based standards are met. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a compound that's on that list, and that is ammonium perfluorooctanoate, APFO. Now, this compound is a listed, regulated toxic air pollutant. It's been on the list since at least 1997. It has an ambient air limit, and the reason that I bring it up is because when APFO is put into water, which the coatings are water-based, the APFO disassociates into the compound PFOA, and that is the compound that has historically been emitted from the facility that we're here to talk about this evening. What I would like to point out is that because of the state statute and the air toxics rule, the department issued a 2006 administrative order to Saint-Gobain. The reason that we issued that is because stack testing information indicated that if the facility operated with all of their devices operating at full capacity, they would have the potential, with the amount of APFO that was in the raw materials, to emit PFOA above the ambient air limits that are in the air toxics rule. So the administrative order required reformulation to reduce APFO so that the PFOA emissions would be below the standards. I just want to point out that some of the other PFAS compounds that are often talked about under the state rules, PFAS, PFHXS, PFNA, they are not listed RTAPs in the state statute. And that is because they do not have the information from inhalation studies necessary to establish ambient air limits pursuant to the state statute. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is just talk about the history of the APFO concentrations in these raw materials, because I think it's key to discussing where we are today. So back in 2005, when the stack test first took place to determine that APFO and the emissions of PFOA were too high for the ambient air limits, the concentrations of APFO in these raw materials was typically about 2,000 parts per million. This was before the order that we issued to them requiring them to reformulate. It was before EPA did their stewardship program with the suppliers of these raw materials. As a result of the DES administrative order, we required Saint-Gobain to reduce their APFO concentration to below 75 parts per million. That was a reduction of over 96% in terms of the concentration in the raw materials. When we went back in 2016 and hired Weston Solutions to do stack testing and sample the raw materials that were being used at the facility, the level at which the analysis could detect APFO, the detection level was established at less than 0.13 parts per million. And the samples showed that there was non-detect for APFO in the materials. In other words, there was APFO emissions or APFO concentrations were either less than 0.13, they were just not detected. That was the detection level. Again, EPA had the stewardship agreement that said that between 2000 and 2010, they were supposed to, as suppliers, reduce the APFO concentration down to 95% and then continue to reduce APFO up through 2015. So at this point, there was an additional 99% reduction from the 75 parts per million that was required by the order. Saint-Gobain hired their own stack testing company to also do stack testing in 2016. They took samples of the raw materials. They were able to get their labs to get the detection level down to less than 0.05 parts per million for APFO. Again, it was not detected. Finally, in 2018, when we did the stack test at the facility, the stack testing company that did the analysis for Saint-Gobain was able to reduce the detection level even more. And they got the detection down to 0.0025 parts per million. It was at this point that APFO was detected at 0.021 to 0.025 parts per million from the QX tower. So again, you can see that the concentration of APFO in the raw materials has significantly been reduced since 2005, and since 2007, the concentrations have been lower than what our ambient air limits require to be able to comply with those standards. So to show you a corresponding amount of PFOA emissions that resulted from all of these reformulations, here is a graph of the historical estimated PFOA emissions. And I know it's a little hard to see. As you see each of the steps moving upward on the graph, this is from 1986 to 2006 when PFOA emissions were increasing. That was during the time when APFO concentrations were higher and where devices were being added. You keep seeing the step in the emissions going up. The last bar that you see there that's at 624 pounds per year, that was right when the administrative order that we issued, that was the emissions that were going on at the time. Because of reformulation, they had brought PFOA emissions down to 12 pounds per year, and by 2016, they were down to less than 1 pound a year. So as you can see, if you reduce the amount of APFO in the raw materials, you reduce the PFOA emissions from the facility. Now, what we're all here to talk about tonight is the control equipment that they're proposing to put on for perfluorinated compounds. And the reason that they're proposing to do that is because in 2018, the New Hampshire State Legislature passed the statute RSA 125C10E, which is entitled The Requirements for Air Emissions of Perfluorinated Compounds Impacting Soil and Water. And since that's such a mouthful, I call it the back law. So that law became effective in September of 2018, and in that same month, the department sent a letter to Saint-Gobain under that law saying that the facility was subject to that law and was required to submit the application that we're here to discuss tonight and a what's called backed analysis, and they were required to submit that by March of this year. The reason we were able to say that they were subject to this law is because samples from the raw materials, from the stack testing, from char that flakes off out of the stacks and onto the roof, samples of wipes that they took on the roof, and even dust in samples taken across the street from the facility indicated that there was PFOA and PFAS in them. And the law says if you are causing or contributing to an exceedance of an ambient groundwater quality standard or surface water quality standard, and in this case PFOA and PFAS existed in October of 2018, then you're subject to that rule. So we came out here, if you remember last year, and talked about all of these different sources of PFOA and PFAS that were found as part of the site investigation. And it is because of those results that the law now applies to them. So let's explain what BACT is, because it's a little bit new to most people. Best Available Control Technology. So it is an emission limitation that is based on the maximum degree of reduction for each air contaminant. And it's supposed to be determined for what is achievable for that device and available for facilities to implement. And you consider energy, environment, public health, and economic impacts when evaluating a BACT decision. So first, what the facility was required to do as part of a BACT analysis is identify available control options. So the application identified 10 different options that are available. Then they have to eliminate those that are technically infeasible. In the case of this facility, there were 6 that were determined to be technically infeasible, and I'll explain an example of one of those as to why it was technically infeasible. Then you rank the remaining 4 based on their control technology effectiveness. And you evaluate them, again, based on energy, environment, public health, and economics to determine which control is considered the best available control. So here are the 4 that were considered technically feasible. And then the catalytic oxidation method, which is the one right in the middle, is one that was considered technically infeasible. So let's start on the far right, because you're supposed to rank these based on increasing control effectiveness, so the far right is the least of the 5. So if you were to use a scrubber is basically a tower. It has materials inside. The gas would flow upward, water would flow down, and the compounds that are in the gas would transfer to the water, all depending on how much those compounds like that water. Now, the reason that one was not chosen is because, first of all, it has the lowest of all the control effectiveness, but also because all you're doing is transferring the PFAS compounds from the gas to the water, and the water would then need to be treated and disposed of. So that was considered not an option because of the environmental impact that it could have. So then we look at the fiber bed mist collection system. So there's a picture of that in the upper left corner. That is the one that Saint-Gobain brought in to pilot when they did the stack testing. They brought in a small device, they put it on the QX tower, they took a slipstream to go through that device to see if it would be an effective control device. It's a smaller version of one that's being used in another state. So what was the results of that analysis? It was determined that it had limited efficiency when it was piloted at Saint-Gobain. In fact, it had questionable effectiveness for all PFAS compounds. And while the law says that you're supposed to look at the compounds for which an AGQS or surface water quality standard exists, the desire really is to address all PFAS if possible. In addition, it has a water scrubbing system that would require disposal and treatment of the water, and it had a high electrical and energy demand, which results in more air emissions because of the use of electricity and the burning of fuels to create that electricity. Now let's talk about the catalytic oxidizer, which was considered technically infeasible. The reason that it was technically infeasible is because a catalyst is susceptible to poisoning, binding, or fouling, especially in an atmosphere where there are particles and moisture. Now, as I explained in the baking tower, the first stage of the tower is to release moisture, water. So we have a moist stream. You also have various compounds that are coming out that are particles. So a catalyst would be fouled very quickly and would not be effective in the long run. And therefore, it was technically infeasible and eliminated from the options. Now you're left with 2 thermal oxidizers, regenerative and recuperative. The recuperative thermal oxidizer gets about the same control effectiveness as an RTO or regenerative thermal oxidizer, but it does so with lower thermal efficiency. In other words, you have to burn more fuel, and which causes an increase in air emissions in order to get the same amount of efficiency, or same amount of control efficiency. So therefore, the best available control technology that was proposed by Saint-Gobain and that the department agreed was the best was the regenerative thermal oxidizer. It has the highest control effectiveness, the best thermal efficiency, and it's capable of reducing all PFAS compounds regardless of how long the carbon chain is. So how does an RTO work? If you look up here, there are 2 chambers, the one marked 2 and the one marked 3. The burner at the top gets turned on when the device is started up, and the chamber's temperature is risen up to the set point temperature. Once that temperature is high enough, the fan draws the processed gases in. The gases then go up through the treatment section or the chamber of the thermal oxidizer. In that section, they are increasing in temperature, and then they get up into the combustion chamber, where the preheated gases then oxidize, and I'll explain what that means, but that's where really all the work is being done. Now the gases are quite hot. They're going to go down through the second chamber, and that chamber is going to start to heat up as you have more and more hot gases going through it. So after those gases come out of that side, there's a valve, and the valve will switch every so often. So you'll have gases going up through the treatment section and out through the heat recovery section, and then those chambers switch. So why do we want thermal oxidation? Thermal oxidation is when you combust the pollutants and break the carbon fluoride bond to create carbon dioxide, water, and in the case of PFAS, you will create hydrogen fluoride emissions as well. The goal is to break all of those carbon fluoride bonds with complete combustion so that there are no PFAS compounds left. That's the goal. The benefit of the proposed 3-chamber method that Saint-Gobain has proposed and that we agree would be the best is that when that valve is switching between the treatment section and the heat recovery section, there is a potential for a puff of uncontrolled emissions to leave the chamber. So a 3rd chamber allows for those compounds that have not been treated to be held until they can be pushed back through the thermal oxidizer. So it minimizes that uncontrolled puff of gases leaving the facility. The keys to having an effective thermal oxidizer is time, temperature, and turbulence. So temperature. The draft permit requires a minimum temperature of 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. It does allow for the facility during a stack test to demonstrate whether a lower temperature can be achieved and still get the same control efficiencies and emissions that are required by the permit. Time inside of the chamber has been set by the draft permit to a minimum of 0.75 seconds with a flow rate coming into the chamber of 70,000 standard cubic feet per minute. Turbulence is pretty much based on the design that the thermal oxidizer company will design into their thermal oxidizers to make sure that there aren't any pockets of gas that are slipping through that aren't getting the complete combustion. And again, as I said, the ideal thermal oxidizer, the beauty of one is that it can destroy PFAS compounds regardless of whether there's a standard or not out there, because it's looking at it from a chemical point of view, not a regulatory point of view. Breaking carbon fluoride bonds is the goal. Now, the air toxics rule that I talked about earlier. Hydrogen fluoride is on that list, and hydrogen fluoride will increase as a result of installing a regenerative thermal oxidizer. So if you get complete destruction of PFAS, it will result in hydrogen fluoride. What the analysis showed is that based on the estimates of what the hydrogen fluoride levels would be, based on the PFAS compounds that have measured, that the emissions are not high enough from the thermal oxidizer to exceed the ambient air limits of our state toxics rule. In other words, the demonstration showed that as of the calculations, the thermal oxidizer does not need an additional HF scrubber after it to control hydrogen fluoride emissions. However, if you don't have complete combustion, there are some additional RTAPs that could come from the device. And so the requirement in the permit is that after the thermal oxidizer is installed, they will be required to stack test for these compounds that are on our ambient air list. And verify the emissions to make sure that they comply with the inhalation standards of our state toxics rule. So let's go back to the state toxics back law. Sorry, the state toxics, no, it's not toxics, state back law, sorry. BACT, again, as I said, is an emission limit based on the maximum degree of reduction for each air contaminant that's achievable and available. But the BACT law itself has two parts. So first you have to determine what BACT is for PFAS compounds that have an AGQS or SWQS, and those current compounds are listed there. But the second part of the BACT law requires that after BACT is installed, the device cannot cause or contribute to those exceedances. So the department has agreed that BACT in this case is a 3-chamber regenerative thermal oxidizer that operates at all times with specific startup and shutdown procedures defined, and that RTO is indeed available equipment which meets the definition of BACT. In terms of an emission limitation, the draft permit has two parts to what is considered BACT: a minimum control efficiency of 90% or a post-control equipment emission limit of 0.000004 pounds per hour for PFOA, for PFAS, for PFNA, and for PFHXS. Now, the 90% control efficiency was based on deposition modeling. Just a second here. So the deposition modeling was done to make sure that after the control device is installed, that the emissions of these compounds would not cause or contribute to a groundwater issue. So the 90% control, along with the deposition modeling, was able to show that that the emissions would not cause or contribute. In addition, we are allowing under the permit a surrogate when you do the 90% control efficiency evaluation. So the reason that we have a surrogate and also the reason that we have this post-controlled emission limit is because if you have a control device and you have 2 units of emissions coming in, and the highest that the detection level that you can get for that emission is 1 unit, so your detection level, you can't get any higher than that with your testing method. If 2 is coming in and 1 is coming out, you only have a 50% control efficiency, even if the emissions are way lower than the detection level. So they have either an option to meet a 90% control across the thermal oxidizer, or basically a non-detect level in the air stream post-control. And that was based on multiple stack testing events to determine what that detection level was. In addition to the second part of the BACT law, which says that you can't cause or contribute to an AGQS or surface water quality standard, there are also maximum pounds per year of emissions of these 4 compounds in the permit. And those are based on the ability to measure these compounds in water samples. So it took into consideration 90% control, deposition modeling, how much rainfall occurs in Merrimack, how much water would then infiltrate into the ground, looking at concentrations and comparing it to detection levels in water. So basically trying to say that what's coming out at those pounds per year could not be detected in a water sample. In addition, the draft permit has an initial stack testing requirement and annual stack testing requirements to verify all of these different parameters: control efficiency, capture efficiency, post-controlled emissions of HF and the other RTAPs, and also to verify if this device was used for that VOC RACT regulation, that it met those conditions as well. And then the permit also requires monitoring of the control equipment to make sure that between stack tests that the device is operating in accordance with the parameters that was operated during the test. So that's temperature, flow rates, those sort of things. In addition to the specifics on the RTO, there are additional requirements in the permit for the facility. So they have historically had issues with opacity, and they're required to do daily opacity checks of their stacks to make sure that they're running the equipment in a manner that does not cause that. In addition, because you have to get a permit before you can commence construction, that's how air regulations work, they haven't actually selected a vendor and made all of the final design decisions yet. So they are required to submit a monthly update to the department on who they choose for vendor, what that vendor gives them for information, schematics, diagrams, control guarantees, how they're supposed to operate it, what data you're supposed to collect. So over the course of the next year, if the permit is issued, then they are required monthly to report to us the status of their project. They're also supposed to improve their tower capture efficiencies to make sure that the fugitive emissions that are inside of the building that we've noticed are being captured so that this control device is controlling all the emissions that are going on at the facility. And then they're supposed to submit plans on how they're going to maintain the vent systems so that they don't have the char that's building up in the stacks anymore. The permit also has record keeping and reporting requirements. And then, as I mentioned before, after the RTO is installed, they'll be required to do stack testing of hydrogen fluoride and the other compounds to make sure that the emissions are below the ambient air limits. So they'll be required to look at stack testing and modeling to predict that impact. They're supposed to follow the roof cleaning standard operating procedure that they're currently implementing, as well as roof inspections, cleaning, and maintenance of stormwater systems. And then, because the emissions will no longer be vented to the roof, to the stacks that they have now, the roof itself will be required to have a stormwater sampling event to determine if there are any other issues coming from the roof, as opposed to the vents that are going to be rerouted. So a little bit of the air permit process. Basically, the application came in March. The draft permit and summary was put out in October for the public notice period, which started October 4th. The comment period was initially through November 18th. As Mr. Fitzgerald said, we are extending the comment period until 4 p.m. on December 6, 2019. This is a complicated permit. There are a lot of people interested in it, and we are interested in getting your comments, and we want to give you the most opportunity to do so. Tonight is the public hearing, of course. So then once the public comment period closes, the department has 30 working days after the close of the public comment period to issue what's called a director's decision and findings of fact. Basically a document that outlines all of the comments, our response to those comments, and whether we've made changes to the permit as a result of those comments and what those changes are. As I said, Saint-Gobain will be required to submit monthly reports on the status of the project going forward. They have to complete construction and installation pursuant to the state statute within 12 months of that permit being issued, and they have to conduct stack testing within 60 days of that permit being issued. So with that, I will turn it back to Mr. Fitzgerald.
Did anyone else want to fill out or submit a blue card before we get going? I know a few people have them, so. We got 5 more, so.
Again, I will call you in the order in which the cards were received. And again, I request that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. Do not read a lengthy statement. That can be submitted to us in writing, as I stated before. Yeah, if you have written comments, please give them to Assistant Commissioner Frizey, sitting right here on the front row. And you can, again, you can submit comments to us at the address listed above to Kathy Beam in writing until December 6th. So if you do have lengthy written comments, please try to summarize them, stay within the 5 minutes, and we will then accept your comments in writing. Okay? With that, our first, and again, our intent here is to hear from you relative to, Gary, relative to this permit. I ask that you keep your comments directed to the permit itself, not to groundwater contamination or other issues related. That'll be the second half of tonight's meeting. The comments in this portion of the meeting should be directed towards the draft permit. If you have questions, and they're clarifying questions with regards to what is being presented, we will attempt to answer those if we can do so briefly. We will not address questions that are unrelated to the technical aspects of the draft permit. Okay, so if you come up and ask a general question about what the plant's doing or why aren't we doing something or whatever, that's not the purpose of tonight's hearing. Tonight's hearing is for you to comment to us on what you think we should do to change or improve this permit. And so please restrict your comments to the greatest extent possible to the draft permit. Does anyone have any questions with regards to how we're going to proceed? All right, thank you. Our first commenter is Lorraine Allen. And again, when you come forward, please state your name.
I want to go last. All right. Lorraine Allen, 16 French Court, Merrimack residence. I don't think I'll read this. I think I'll write it up and send it in. My comment really boils down to the issue of really knowing that we're very comprehensive, as comprehensive as we can be. That being said, thank you, DES. Kathy, you have done an immense amount of work here. I know you have. This is phenomenal for a state that's small with limited resources. So my concerns, as people know, come down to this issue of what we're left with, you know, for the total HFs, what we start with. I did that a little backwards. The 190 identified PFAS compounds that we know from the EPA ORD report are coming out of the stacks. And while we are designing for legislation that addresses 4, I continue to be very concerned about what happens to all the rest. My understanding of this technology is that it was presented here tonight. The design is to destroy all of them, not just the 4 that we're legislating for. So that sounds great, but to me, it feels like a little bit of a leap of trust. That is not to minimize, you know, I'm not saying that I don't trust DES. I'm saying the technology, the RTO technology is, it came in, I believe I read it, about $3 million. So I would ask a question or comment that technology that's used elsewhere is considerably higher in cost. So I don't know, does the cost increase? Does that mean the effectiveness increase? If we have a $3 million system, for example, on a facility of this size, and the Chamois and Fayetteville facility is a $99 million RTO, granted they could be bigger, I really don't know, but their goal there was to have 99% reduction. And currently what we do know in this technology, we know those 190 compounds, only 89 of which could be identified, because the industry has moved and recapitulated, right? So we have the fluoropolymers, the Gen X class, the PFBS, the precursors that morph and change, and some of them break down into PFOA, which we know we have here. So it's very, very complex. You know, I spent the last 3 years researching, reading, attending conferences. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an environmental person. I'm a social worker. But my concerns are, I really want to be assured on some level in this process that the current technology, the current R&D stuff that they have done, which they needed to phase out. The PTFE is made differently at this point. Our community has endured a lot of harm. You know, we're ground zero for PFAS. Across the country, we do not hear much about industry contamination sites. We hear about DOD and such. So the air is an area that I know we're going to see over the next few years a lot of research and a lot of attention to, because my own research has shown that there's a lack of toxicological study for air and air emissions. We addressed this a little bit in Kathy's presentation, which is fabulous. There was some of that in there, but the unknown factor is of grave concern to me and should be to anyone in this community, because anything that we add to the bioburden that we have endured is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. I don't know if adding that HF scrubber would solve some of this and capture whatever we're breaking down, because I really don't know anything about HF scrubbers, and I'm not going to say that I do. That's something that I would like to be assured of. The degree of reduction, sounds good. The choice of technology sounds good. The issue about vendor and what type of technology we have here, like cars, there's a range of brands. I don't know. Is that something that we have to be disclosed? Are all RTOs created equally? I really don't know that. So my thoughts, today are there's clearly a huge gap in testing, detection methodology, even as you move forward and look for the monthly testing. We have what's been legislated, and that's a good start, but both past and current PFAS compounds are here. I think we have the authority in the state that we could go a little bit further, and we could really ensure and build in that we are really testing for everything that we know is there, and we are making sure that we are capturing every bit of this. Residents in this town, what it boils down to is we need to stop the source. We hear this phrase said lately. We really, really need to stop the source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next commenter is Jeff, I believe, Jeff Daly.
Good evening. Jeff Daly from Nashua, 74 Walden Pond Drive. Kathy, it's a pretty good presentation. The only thing I have is, did they give you the estimated size of the thermal oxidizer in the 2 and the 3 chamber unit? Because 0.75 seconds retention time at 7,000 SCFM is way too short. And I know this from experience, having built several pharmaceutical plants where we had to put those in. The other thing is that Saint-Gobain has not considered the latest technology, which is plasma oxidation. That will take it up to about 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit and will absolutely destroy the carbon-fluorine link of anything that goes in there. The other one is, you talk about the char buildup. There should be none. There should be a capturing system on the exhaust side of any system that they put up there. And why are we issuing a draft permit? Why not a final engineered permit? They've had 3 years to do this. I spoke with one of the original engineers who built the ChemFab plant, and he stated that what is installed now was not his design as originally built, started up under ChemFab, and needs to be clarified publicly. What did they do after the initial system was put in there? Because there were some thermal oxidizers in the system. 50 tons of VOC per year at 0.75 seconds ain't going to work. That needs to be clarified, and the total volume in those RTOs needs to be clarified as well. And there are some very good thermal engineers in New Hampshire and in Massachusetts who can assist you. So with that, I hope that Saint-Gobain is not putting another set of rules and regulations up for question again. They've had enough time to do this, like Chemours. As you just heard, the one down in the Wilmington area is over $90 million. So how can this be $3 million? The plant here is roughly the same size as the Chemours facility in the production of exhaust gases. Thank you very much.
So I just want to address one question in there, and that is the question of the draft permit. So that's a term of art, meaning that the permit itself is in draft format until all of the comments that we received this evening are received. So this is an opportunity for the public to provide comments and potentially change the content of the permit before it becomes final. So it's not a draft permit because of draft engineering or whatever. It's draft because it's in the comment period.
Thank you, Kathy. So our next commenter is Barbara Healy. Please come up and state your name and if you're representing any organization.
Hi there, I'm Barbara Healy, Back River Road, Merrimack, and I'm one of the town councilors. And I have already provided my written documents to you, so glad to see that you got them. Just a couple of points that I want to make at this time. You know, again, on page 5 through 9, we have the back analysis, the effectiveness rating that was submitted by CT Mail, who actually did the system design, as well as from the EPA in its own technical briefs, per and polyfluorinated substances. They talk about, again, this whole idea of what is the level that, of destruction effectiveness. We're stating, the document that's being reviewed tonight is stating 90%. However, the specs by CT Mail as well as the EPA say that we really need to do 95 to 99%, and that is the specs for the equipment itself. That is what the manufacturer is quoting. So my thought would be that at a minimum that we would expect to see that at least a 95% effectiveness level, knowing that you can't always get to 100. Okay, again, on talking about the HF scrubber. For those people who have never had chemistry or don't know their chemistry, we're talking about hydrogen fluoride, as you provided before, and there are multiple effects on the body. It easily is absorbed through the skin. You inhale it, it can do extensive damage to the lungs. As an RN, I am very aware of having seen industrial accidents where this has happened. So there, in the design that we've referenced already that's going in and goes live December 19th, they are talking about putting the HF scrubbers on. So I'm wondering, why are we not doing the HF scrubbers now? Because, as we know, we've been here before several times. Saint-Gobain will get their system operating. They'll go into a test period. They'll have to test for maybe 18 months. Then you'll say, okay, we need the scrubbers. Then we go through a design phase. You get the drift, because that's what we're doing now. So why not include the HF scrubbers right from the start and be done with it, so that we're not here 3 years from now saying we need the HF scrubbers. Let's not put additional chemicals into the air, knowing that they are byproducts of the combustion of these chemicals, when we can take care of it right from the design period. Also, in the literature that is being put out, actually, expectations of the unit going in and going live on December 19th, they're talking about a char in the chambers. And that char is calcium fluoride after it combusts from the PFAS. If that, in fact, is formed in the 3 chambers, how are you going to be, or how is Saint-Gobain going to be getting rid of the calcium fluoride? What is the disposal mechanism for that char? So thank you very much for your time and your time to come down here to Merrimack, and it's good to see you all again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter will be William Boyd. Again, please state your name and your affiliation, if any? No? Okay, I'll hold that. Next is Tom, looks like Koenig, Koenig? Yes. I hope I didn't mash that too badly.
No, you did very well, thank you. I pronounce it Koenig, but my son pronounces it Koenig, so we'll go either way. Thank you very much. My name is Tom Koenig. I'm chair of the town council here in Merrimack. I live at 1 Danforth Road. We have already submitted draft written comments, and I have a corrected copy from some topographical errors, so I'll pass that off. Thank you. Clark. Thank you, but I did want to summarize some of what's in there for tonight. The town of Merrimack would like to first thank the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services for scheduling this public hearing regarding Saint-Gobain's draft air permit. We prepared written comments, which I've submitted back on November 1st, and I'm providing this testimony and a copy of that letter to you. The council feels it's important to provide a public summary of the submitted comments. Therefore, the statements made this evening will provide an overview of the town council's thoughts. To protect public health and welfare nationwide, the Clean Air Act established and continues to establish air quality standards for pollutants based on the latest science. States are required by the U.S. EPA to adopt enforceable plans to achieve and maintain air quality standards. One of the approaches used to accomplish these goals is air permitting programs, which evaluate emissions from industrial sources and protect the environment by ensuring that their operations do not create unhealthy air or other environmental issues. New Hampshire DES, in their September 26, 2018 letter to Saint-Gobain, concluded that devices operated at Saint-Gobain have and continue to emit to the air PFCs and potentially precursors to PFCs that have caused and continue to contribute to an exceedance of ambient groundwater quality standards. Therefore, Saint-Gobain is subject to the requirements of the state-adopted standards to address the PFCs. With this in mind, we would like to address the following concerns. One, per a July 2019 US EPA technical brief, decomposition of fluorinated organic compounds requires temperatures above 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit to achieve a 99.99% destruction with a 1-second residence time. Why did NHDES concede to a 90% destruction efficiency at a 0.75-second residence time when almost 100% destruction efficiency can be achieved with a 1-second residence time? 2, DES relaxed the emission rates proposed by Saint-Gobain in their permit. Why are the emission limits presented in the permit more lenient than those proposed by Saint-Gobain? I'm referencing table 11. 3, the Bar Engineering, Saint-Gobain's consultant, completed modeling to develop emission rates for the PFAS compounds of concern, which, quote, would not be likely to result, unquote, in an exceedance of the current ambient groundwater quality standards or the maximum contamination levels. A permit standard based on a, quote, not likely, quote, to exceed concept is unacceptable. NHDES must confirm that the emissions will not continue to contaminate groundwater above the new established ambient groundwater quality standard. 4, the air permit contains contradictory requirements, one of which allows the processing of PFAS chemicals even if the thermal oxidizer temperature falls below the 1800 degrees Fahrenheit number. The temperature must be maintained at 1800 degrees in order to destruct PFAS. The NHDES condition only requires notification if the thermal oxidizer does not maintain that temperature for a 2-day period. Anything less than 1800 degrees is unacceptable and will only result in continued PFAS emissions that will contaminate groundwater above the established AGQS. 5, the dip pan results from the May 2019 Bar Engineering report must be included in the engineering summary. Saint-Gobain must be required to sample dip pans as part of their stack testing protocol. The town insists that Saint-Gobain be required to track their PFAS use in their raw material. Testing results can be used to maintain these calculations. DES believes Saint-Gobain underestimated the current PFAS emission and potential hydrogen fluoride emissions from the facility. Given the extreme toxicity of hydrogen fluoride, Saint-Gobain must install a scrubber to remove it. This requirement has been discussed regularly during the past year. Why was this requirement omitted from the permit? I know, Kathy, you talked briefly to that. I'm very concerned about the levels and the current permit that they have, whether or not we should be revisiting that. The installation of a scrubber must be completed as part of the thermal oxidizer installation. 7, the draft air permit allows Saint-Gobain to resample their roof drains in the summer of 2021. This does not address the issue that the roof cleaning procedures established by Saint-Gobain are ineffective, as evidenced by sampling completed in September of 2018, which revealed PFOA roof drain concentrations ranging from 1,400 ppt to 52,000 ppt. Waiting another 1.5 years to address the issue is unacceptable. Saint-Gobain must be required to replace the existing roof membrane and drains to prevent the discharge of heavily contaminated runoff from their site to the environment. Additionally, the drains should be filtered to prevent future deposition from contributing to stormwater runoff. And 8, stack testing should include all the precursors, as well as the PFOA, PFOS, PFNA, and PFHXS. The town believes that NHDES should enforce the Clean Air Act to its fullest extent in order to ensure that Merrimack residents and the surrounding communities that the operations at Saint-Gobain do not continue to contaminate the air, groundwater, stormwater, and soil surrounding the site. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your very thorough comments. Okay. Pat R. It begins with a W. I cannot make it out here. It looks like Wilfendale or something. 4 Allen Road. This says just written testimony, so thank you. Saves me from further embarrassment.
Did they give you the written testimony?
Did you get testimony from it?
Sorry?
It says written testimony provided. Check that.
Whoever that is, would you mind raising your hand so I can grab it from you?
They may have submitted it already to DES.
Table.
Yeah, apparently. Okay. Thank you. Verdalt Smith, is that, or Verdalt T. Smith, is that right? Sorry. Okay. 18 Kimberly Drive. Or my reading is that bad, one of the two.
Hi, my name is Kendall Smith, 18 Kimberly Drive.
Looks like a V.
Sorry. So I had a ton of stuff here, but I'm going to submit most of it in writing, but I would like to take the opportunity to ask a couple questions. I understand the permit was written based on the application that was provided, is that correct?
Yes.
So is that application complete? I mean, there's a lot of TBDs, a lot of missing information, the raw material information is all blank. Is that application really complete?
So the information in the monitoring plan had a lot of TBDs in it, and that's why they have a requirement to submit monthly reports during the next year, during the design and construction phase, when they actually have picked an RTO vendor and have that information available. So it would all have to be submitted prior to the end of the installation.
Okay, so I guess I don't understand what's the point of this permit that has so much, this was written based on a document that had so much missing information. The first speaker I thought had some great comments, and it jarred a thought in me in that, and I agree that we should be striving for a 99% reduction, because what concerns me is I do not want to see a repeat of what happened with Saint-Gobain's Bennington site, where the state of Vermont requirements were such that it was cheaper for Saint-Gobain to move all those operations here because our requirements were much less stringent. And it would seem to me that what you need to be careful about is that you do not put the requirements on Saint-Gobain to be so lax, and I'm putting lax in quotes, that it brings a whole host of other companies who realize that, hey, it's much cheaper to do manufacturing in New Hampshire because their requirements are nowhere near what my current state requirements are. So I'm moving all my stuff to New Hampshire. So as I said, I'm going to submit the rest of my comments, but I would like you to be careful about that and think about that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Catherine Hodge.
Hi, my name's Catherine Hodge. I live at Belmont Drive here in Merrimack. When I was reading the CT Mail report that was dated for March of this year, the first thing that stood out were the pages and pages and more pages of the materials and chemicals that were not listed by Saint-Gobain. How are we supposed to know what those chemicals are? How are we supposed to know what they're releasing into the air? What are the actual concentrations of the PFAS chemicals that are in their raw materials that will then go into the air? What are the actual emissions or the potential emissions for those chemicals? This could easily be extreme levels and we would never know about it. So how are we able to, or let alone believe, or even be reassured that they are going to be doing the best thing for our town without even listing the chemicals? They use the excuse it's a proprietary blend. In the report, it was stated that the RTO will receive exhaust from a variety of smaller and trivial production activities. This is a concern to me because what Saint-Gobain considers trivial could be life-threatening to us. And when testing the emissions, why are specific tests not included for PFAS that are being used and also the PFAS that they are being broken down into? I think a few other people have mentioned that. DES has stated that Saint-Gobain have and continue to admit to the air PFAS and potential precursors that have caused and continue to contribute to an exceedance of the AGQS as the result of their deposition and the PFAS and precursors from the air and are subject to the requirements of RSA 125-C10-E. Therefore, all stack testing should include not only the 4, but all of the possible PFAS and their precursors as well. And I'm sure, Kathy, that you're aware that PFIB, which is a Schedule II substance of the Chemicals Weapons Convention, can be a product made from the extreme temperature and length of heating of the PTFE, and it can't be destroyed. And also, why would 0.75 seconds be chosen as residence time as opposed to 1 or 2 seconds? And why were methanol traps not used when the air was tested? Why are benzene and toluene, both of which are highly volatile hydrocarbons, showing up between 5 parts per billion and 100 parts per billion when the EPA states explicitly that 0.4 parts per billion is the acceptable limit over a lifetime? If DES and Saint-Gobain are looking for the BACT, why are they not adding in scrubbers to be assured that combined we are going to be protected than just more than one BACT? Other people have mentioned that as well. Why is this multi-billion-dollar company worried about spending extra dollars for a problem that they created and it will be a lifetime concern for our residents and our whole town. In the report, it states that the RTO has not been selected at the time, and the BAC will be chosen in the final design based on cost. Once again, Saint-Gobain is thinking of their bottom line, not as what is best for us, our town, and our state. Saint-Gobain always talks about economic feasibility for their company. Where is the concern for us, for our town, that they are slowly destroying? Quoted from the CT Mail report, determining the cost impact of installing add-on control equipment involves a detailed economic analysis of the capital expenditures, labor requirements, and operating costs. That's on Saint-Gobain. That's not us. Capital expenditures include not only the basic equipment costs, but also additional fans, ductwork, foundations, and instrumentation required as a result of the proposed control options. There's 2 other paragraphs that go with that, but Kathy knows where they are in the report, so I won't go on with that. Basically, I want to know for who is this going to be most cost effective. It's going to be for Saint-Gobain. Down in North Carolina, they're spending up to $99 million for BAC. Why are we only basically putting Saint-Gobain on the hook for $3 million, which was their suggestion? I don't understand that. Did they think of how much it's going to cost our town, our residents, and the MVD because of them putting a man-made chemical into our air, which then goes into the soil, which then goes into the water? And there was one aspect of the report that was really bothersome. Saint-Gobain talks about material substitution and reformulation. So they say the industry that this facility is part of continues to explore and implement material reformulation and substitution. Any backed evaluation must consider any potential alternatives, including material substitution or other means of emission reduction related to process operations. If we don't even know what chemicals they're using in their reformulations, or their customers decide that they want something changed, only Saint-Gobain's going to know about the chemicals being used, not us. So how do we know that what they're proposing as backed is going to be good for us? Let me see. There's another paragraph that goes on with that, Kathy. So basically, when all is said and done, we deserve the elimination of all PFAS, not just the reduction of only 4. If we currently have C8s, you know there are shorter chains getting through. Therefore, how is it possible for DES to allow a designated pounds per year of only the 4 PFAS when our water is already over the MCLs and has more PFAS chemicals in it? If the air is not eliminated of all PFAS, it is a vicious cycle of contamination that will never, ever be controlled, and it will never, ever leave our town. Taking a quote from the play Radium Girls, which ironically was done by the Merrimack High School Theater Department last week, why would we take responsibility when we can make more money? I think that is fitting in how Saint-Gobain views our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next commenter is Wolfram von Schoen. Was I close?
You did pretty well. Wolfram von Schoen, 4 Conservation Drive in Merrimack. I'm also an MVD commissioner. The comments have already been made by the town council. Appreciate that, but I wanted to reiterate that on behalf of the MVD, the runoffs are major concerns that I have not seen addressed in the permit discussions here today in the presentation. So we all know that the test wells and the runoff and you know, the pan tests and so on have been shown pretty high contamination levels, and again, I have not seen that addressed in the process tonight. The other thing that has us worried is the long-term development of these permits and the validation of these devices to actually have the impact that we're all looking for. So we all know that testing and statistical analysis takes time, a couple weeks, a couple months, maybe a year, maybe two. I don't know, it hasn't been included in the presentation tonight. So what is the time frame until when we can determine whether these devices actually do their job, and are they continuously doing their job, or are they maybe trailing off then after 2 or 3 years due to lack of maintenance or whatever it is? And how long is the response time then of Saint-Gobain to actually respond to correcting that failure in being compliant, right? So if it takes us then 2 or 3 years to come up with an engineering study and a cost study and another permit process, we may not have any resolution of that non-compliance until years later. And all of this, in the meanwhile, while this community has voted for spending up to, and probably more than 18, 20, $22 million here over the next couple of years to clean up the water. So those questions need to be addressed. Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you very much. Peter Albert.
Thank you. I appreciate this presentation. I'm not the most literate person in air technology or whatever you want to call it. But I am up here, one, as a town councilor, to support the recommendations that you heard Chairman Koenig say. I'm going to recommend that you set the most stringent standards on Saint-Gobain, more than you might set on any other company in this state. And that's because where we are today. We have a situation where, our air, our soil, and our water has been polluted. One of the other suggestions I'd ask is, I heard in the presentation that there'll be initial and annual testing. Am I correct in saying that Saint-Gobain will be choosing that company that does this testing?
So Saint-Gobain would be paying for and selecting the stack testing company. However, the department comes out to the stack test and observes to make sure that they are doing it in a manner that is correct. We observe the process and everything that's going on those days of testing.
Okay,
we did in all of the previous tests as well.
Yeah, I guess what I really am hoping is we avoid is that whatever company does this testing is not contracted directly by Saint-Gobain. Maybe the DES is reimbursed, but I think it should be the DES that takes care of and works and chooses that company. Trust but verify. Will the town receive copies of these test results, the initial and the annual testing results?
So normally, we would put them up on One Stop. We can consider your comment and get back to you on that.
I'm going to ask that we specifically receive these results because there has been a miscommunications in the past and we're trying to clear that up. Wolf made a comment earlier, 2 to 3 years of these continued emissions from Saint-Gobain. And I'm concerned. And then when after all this is done, we're now going to be dealing with hydrogen fluoride that I know very little about. And how does that come out? Does it come out as a fine powder ash? Does it come out as a gas? And so forth. And I'm asking you to look into what the results of the effects, or I should say the effects of that. So again, I appreciate the time and ask you to seriously consider the council's recommendation. Thank you.
So just for clarification, so let's just walk through a schedule, just hypothetical, because I can't be very specific off the top of my head, but let's say the close of the comment period is in December, and then in January, we have the 30 days to make a decision and issue the permit. The company has a year to install. During that time frame, they'll be submitting all of these updates, so we know exactly what's going on. We can go in at any time to take a look if we wanted to. So after a year, they have it up and running, and then they have 60 days from when it's functioning to do the conduct the stack test, and then there's a schedule to when they have to report and all of that. This construction permit is only good for 18 months, which means that at the end of this entire construction and stack testing, we're going to be right back here reevaluating it, looking at regulations that exist at that time, and writing another permit. So this will not end with this one particular permit. This will be a constant evaluation, plus our enforcement bureau and all of that to be.
Sure.
I appreciate that, and as you know, as a council, we sent a letter asking Saint-Gobain to cease operations because of this continued polluting. So is it safe to say that if things aren't happening after 18 months, will the DES ask Saint-Gobain to cease and desist their operations then, if they're not in compliance?
Then they can't do it.
So if the construction permit expires and they have not completed the requirements and given us an application to move into a final full operating permit, they would need to either receive an extension of that or to cease operation until such time as they can come into compliance and have a full permit. Gary, do you want to address that at all?
We need
Sure.
to be,
Yeah, let him.
but for the record, Assistant Commissioner Clark Frazee, we need to be very careful. We are not supposed to be making commentary that could vary somebody's testimony in this hearing. We are here to receive testimony, and we need to be very careful that we are not altering anybody's testimony.
Right. We're just trying to respond to a question.
I understand, but we have to be very careful. As you know, there are other issues.
Yeah. All right. Again, thank you for your comments. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Hi there. Representative Wendy Thomas. I live on Wildcat Falls Road in Merrimack, and I represent the town of Merrimack. You've heard a few of what I'm going to talk about. Specifically, there are two things in the permit that concern me greatly. One is hydrogen fluoride, which has been mentioned earlier. As you probably know, hydrogen fluoride dissolves into water to make hydrofluoric acid. According to the CDC, hydrogen fluoride is considered a chemical terrorism agent. It's absorbed into the skin and it kills cells. In low levels, it causes breathing problems and it can cause lung damage. It can cause irritation to eyes, nose, and respiratory tissue. The permit states that the amounts of hydrogen fluoride will be increased. We'll have less PFAS chemicals, but we'll have more hydrogen fluoride chemicals. I'm not sure that's a great trade-off. We all know that current levels may not be protective of human health, and I have great concerns that the town of Merrimack may be used as an experiment to find that out. The second issue that I have is letter D under the trade secret exists list for Saint-Gobain, and it reads, Saint-Gobain has invested significant time and money into the research and development of its processes. These designs represent the product they sell to their customers. If this information were in the public domain, Saint-Gobain would lose its competitive advantage. So we do not have a list of chemicals because Saint-Gobain would lose its competitive advantage and perhaps lose profits. As a result, we do not know what's in our air or even if it's being captured by these scrubbers. We do not know the health risks. Why do the rights of Saint-Gobain to protect their trade secrets outweigh the rights of 28,000 people to their health and protection of property values?
Thank you very much. Representative Nancy Murphy.
Good evening, Representative Nancy Murphy. I live on Brenda Lane. First, I want to thank DES for your work on this issue and the opportunity to make public comments this evening. I absolutely agree with the testimony of all those who testified prior and wish to share a few additional brief thoughts. It is most unfortunate that DES and we are all here to look at a less than perfect solution to what really is an environmental and public health crisis in our community that none of us is responsible for and we are all paying for to fix. We know that the suggested solution creates another environmental burden on a community, and with that brings associated health impacts, along with the ones we've already had. We know that when we know more, environmental regulations become more stringent, which has been shown just as we've seen with the lowering recently of MCLs. When we are told that the anticipated flow of the RTO, the potential generation of HF, would not exceed the RTAP limits, we must remain cautious about the many unregulated toxins and the potential for changes in ambient air limits in the future. I want to also read a couple of comments from Representative Rosemarie Rung, who was unable to attend tonight. She said, I have two concerns with the draft air permit. Number one, currently the BACT is based on 4 PFAS that are regulated in AGQS, but it is reasonable to expect that second or third generation PFAS will be introduced as process chemicals now or in the future. I ask for the state to require identity and quantification of all PFAS entering the RTO, not just PFOA, PFAS, PFNA, PFHSS. Number two, the predicted output of HF from the RTO is a concern, as it will easily convert to hydrofluoric acid in the atmosphere and upon deposition to the soil and surface water. Given the proximity of the Merrimack River to the Saint-Gobain Performance Plastic Facility, I believe scrubbing of the RTO output should be a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen Ayers.
I don't know if you want me to type it up later. I will.
Just
Okay.
want to make sure you get an accurate record.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Kristen Ayers, 19 Jakes Lane. It is my understanding that the EPA determined our PFAS contamination to be 65 square miles. My question to you is how many of the 13 smokestacks will be using this RTO method?
So all of the stacks will be routed to the RTO.
So all of the stacks will have this thermal oxidizer with the 90%.
All of the coating towers and all of the film lines and the other pieces of equipment that I identified will all be sent to that thermal oxidizer.
The picture I saw had like 3. My background's in teaching, not science, so thank you for clarifying that. With a 90% reduction, how far do you anticipate the PFAS will travel?
I'll have to respond in writing. I'll have to look that up.
Okay. Scientifically, would it reduce the 65 square mile area, or would it?
Yes, but I'd like to look it up to be accurate for the response.
My concern is that it'll be more contained to Merrimack. Also, is it possible for RTO to contain, it is possible, as I've heard, for RTO to contain 99% of PFAS. So why, for the love of God, are we not shooting for that level? As a community, we've been contaminated enough and do not want to settle for a question of 90% rate of containment. The EPA stated that Saint-Gobain air stack testing showed 190 PFAS chemicals. To date, there is not a single PFAS shown to not be a harm to human health. I ask that you please, I ask this every time I talk to you, please do your job and stop the source. I ask that you demand that Saint-Gobain stop contaminating this great community. Thank you.
Looks to be Jerry Sheaver.
Gary Sheevy? Chevy?
Third time's a charm.
Name is Gary Chevy. I live on Bean Road in Merrimack. My concern is mainly how much is the increase in the HF? I believe you said that right now it's like 1.1 tons per year and the limit is 10. So when you say you're not going to exceed it, I assume that means that you expect that they will not exceed the 10 tons per year. Do you have any numbers on what they proposed?
The 1.1 tons per year is after the thermal oxidizer is installed. So it's currently less than that now. So it's increasing to 1.1, which is an estimate based on the EPA report. So.
Okay. Those of us that have ever worked with HF know it's not a very nice chemical. So I would strongly recommend that that some sort of scrubber be used to minimize the amount of HF being, as has been said before. So I just support you saying add a scrubber. Also, on the list of chemicals that they're using, can't there be some sort of non-disclosure agreement with the DES so that you guys know what chemicals they're using, even though I understand that that the public knowledge of that would be detrimental to the company?
So the application that's online on One Stop that you're looking at has the confidential blocked out, but we do have the confidential information. I have seen it and I have evaluated it based on that. So.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Carol DePure. DePuro.
DePiero.
Okay.
But I knew what you meant. Actually, I'm not going to waste everybody's time. My name's Carol DePiero. I live on 10 Cambridge Drive in Merrimack. Just about everything I had written down has been asked, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm going to do my comments in writing. My one question that I think everybody needs to know is this presentation going to be available so that we can make intelligent comments?
Absolutely.
Easily accessible on One Stop?
Yeah, actually, I believe it'll be on our PFAS blog.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Murdy. Looks to be M-U-R-D-Y.
Matt Murdy, local resident, Merrimack, New Hampshire. Just had a couple quick questions. I think at least one of them already been asked about the chemicals that they're using on, so the confidential ones. You guys have access to everything that they're using?
Correct.
So you do know at least, okay. So I just wanted to, I guess, get clarification on that. And then on reporting and monitoring the outputs, I think I saw that Saint-Gobain would be doing the testing themselves. Is that true?
Testing and reporting are two different things.
So would they be testing the smokestack outputs themselves, or?
So the way that it normally operates is that the company hires a stack testing company versed in stack testing methodology, but the department goes out during stack test to verify that it's been conducted in the manner that it is supposed to be done. And then reporting is another issue. That is reports that come into the department that we also review. So.
And are they notified of these tests well in advance? Like, would they have time to alter their, whatever they're doing to hide?
So stack tests are pre-scheduled. I understand your concerns. The reason that they're pre-scheduled is because it is a very complicated process to get the vendors that have the equipment to come in and to get all of the information and process organized in order to get the stack test done.
So is there no way as part of the permit application that the DES can insist on having badged access to the facility for impromptu examinations?
Oh, we can inspect at any time. Stack testing is just a much more elaborate process that requires a lot of planning.
Okay, and then one last question on the indoor air quality. I think you'd mentioned that at one point. Since this is related to the permit, is there a guarantee that the air that's indoors in the building is being all drawn up through this new filtration system? So can they guarantee that there's a negative pressure in the building so that when doors are opened and windows are opened, this isn't leaking out into the new condominiums that are right up the street and, you know?
So part of the requirement is to ensure that all of the devices have good capture efficiency. That will be part of the testing, but it's also part of the monitoring plan. If you look at the monitoring plan, there's a lot of information about modifications to the stacks. There's a whole appendix to the application.
And the indoor air quality, again, is that something that is a concern for the worker safety in the plant? And I guess if it's dangerous to the workers, would that potentially be something that maybe could be a public health concern for somebody looking to temporarily shut them down?
Go ahead.
Is that your request, that the permit include that?
I guess my request would be that there'd be a indoor testing to guarantee worker safety. And I guess since you guys are concerned about the air quality indoors and that air is being drawn up through the smokestack, how do you know it's not dangerous to the workers?
So we'll take that as a comment. Kathy Stack. Thank you. Dawn Provencher.
Good evening. My name's Don Provencher. I'm at 6 Wasserman Heights in Merrimack. I'm a civil engineer. I also have a master's degree in geoenvironmental engineering. And I'm actually the chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Merrimack Village District Water Company. I just wanted to clarify the 90% minimum reduction. That implies that 10% is going to be emitted. That 10%, the way I understand it, is enough to not cause a violation of the groundwater standards. So is the implication on that that there's no PFAS in the groundwater and that 10% is going to raise the PFAS limit right up to the MCL? Because we're not starting with groundwater that has 0 PFAS in it. As a matter of fact, we're starting with groundwater that is significantly times a factor of multiple thousands of times higher than the MCL in that region. So I'm concerned that that's going to exacerbate the time it's going to take for the levels of PFAS in the groundwater to dissipate. And I don't know if the long-term solution is natural attenuation out there, but we're talking about hundreds of years of natural attenuation, and this is going to add more PFAS to that natural attenuation. And I don't know, you're probably all aware here, but for the people behind me that's probably not aware, that our wells, MVD wells 4 and 5, the aquifer protection zone, the boundary runs right through the middle of Saint-Gobain's building. So everything from the middle of that building south is technically flows to wells 4 and 5. So we are spending money to install carbon filters to remove PFAS. And this is going to prolong how long we need to maintain those filters by adding that additional PFAS. So I think if you're looking at a 0 level, background level, and raising that up to the MCL is a different story than what the reality is that we have in town right now. And then just another comment I wanted to make about the question that Councilor Albert had with respect to the what-ifs about enforcing the permit. I think those are germane questions, and I would like to hear answers of that here tonight, because not only is the permit up for discussion here, but also the enforcement of that permit is an important item. So I'm kind of disappointed that the answer was not allowed to be made here tonight, because that's what's concerning to everybody in this room. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy, H-A-N-N-I?
Harrington.
Harrington? Okay.
My reading might be the issue more than pronouncing it.
Do you
Nancy
do prescriptions?
Harrington, 11 Spruce Street, here in Merrimack, and I'm also a town councilor. Now, I'm not an expert. We've already made a statements and everything other people have stated. I certainly back up and agree with. But one glaring thing just occurred to me. You talked about one of the considerations regarding what you were going to do had to do with economic efficiency. And I understand that. That's one component of many. But one thing I want DES to be able to think about and appreciate is you're talking about $3 million projected, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, for the projected remediation. We're talking $20 million to fix the water. So when you consider cost analysis and the impact, please keep that in mind, that this town is having to spend $20 million to fix something that we had nothing to do with and Saint-Gobain did. So keep that in mind when you make decisions.
Thank you. Representative Bob LaRue.
Bob LaRue, Back River Road, Merrimack. Thank you for your presentation tonight. Unfortunately, a lot of this technical stuff is way above my pay grade, way above it. I like to keep things kind of simple. So I'm going to create a little scenario. Keep in mind, this is just my own creation, between Nashua, Merrimack, and the Merrimack River. Let's assume that Nashua draws their drinking water out of the Merrimack River. And Merrimack decides to dump sewage in the river. Well, guess what? Nashua is going to have to spend some money to filter out the river. So you have all kinds of public hearings and forums and so on and so forth. And you tell Merrimack, well, Merrimack, listen, you know, you're putting out too much. You got to cut it back. So Merrimack cuts it back. But guess what? It's still doing it. It's still costing Nashua. And this goes on in perpetuity until Merrimack stops. When Merrimack stops, the river clears up, no more expense for Nashua. We got the same scenario right here in Merrimack, but it's not water, it's air. We all know the pollutants coming out of Saint-Gobain. So my question is this: how long and how many more years will Merrimack have to endure these known pollutants coming out of the smokestacks that right now everybody's playing numbers with? Whether it's 1 part per 1,000, 1 part per gazillion, they're still emitting pollutants. What is wrong with saying 0 emissions? You, DES, can put that regulation on. If you can't do it by administrative rules, you can propose legislation to do it. It's costing the town of Merrimack, you stated earlier, $20-some-odd million for a filtering system that we have to pay for, which we had nothing to do. That's the financial impact. How about the medical impact? How many people have gotten sick and possibly passed on because of this? How many wells are contaminated and can no longer be used? How much of an impact do these polluted wells have on the farming community, which they cannot use the water to irrigate their crops because it contaminates their crops? These are issues that are not being addressed. There is no reason in the world why we, this community, have to keep tolerating this uncontrolled pollutant that's coming out of Saint-Gobain's. And by testimony and presentations that were made tonight, we're talking years down the road before it might even be resolved. If we're going to go down that road, let's do away with this 1 part here, 1 part there. Let's do 0 emission on all, so this community can rest in peace and have decent, survivable drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Pierce. Before you begin, just one moment. I have one more card. Does anyone else wish to speak or to submit a card before we close? Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I'll be brief because I only really have a very small point to add to the discussion. I want to thank DS for coming down here and explaining everything that you have tonight and educating myself. Sorry, my name is Ben Pierce and I live at 19 Pine Hollow Drive in Londonderry. I also want to thank Merrimack and specifically the Merrimack counselors and leaders who've come up here and educated me again. I don't think that, I don't have anything to add that they haven't already said, and they've brought up some great concerns that I don't think were really addressed in this draft proposal. I'm not as knowledgeable because I'm late to this game. As I mentioned, I live in Londonderry, and I know that I am part of this game because I happened to be one of 32 wells that was tested in a state-run survey in May of last year. And I know more specifically because I came home on a Wednesday morning and found 620 gallons of bottled water that had been dropped in my driveway with no explanation. And I know that my neighbors are completely unaware that they are also affected by this. And so, I don't have any more to add to the discussion of what should or shouldn't be included in this permit. But I do want to add that as DES considers these regulations on behalf of Merrimack and the state of New Hampshire, that you not only consider the 28,000 people that Wendy Thomas brought up, but you consider the 24,000 people in Londonderry and 21,000 people in Bedford and 8,000 people in Litchfield and countless others across the state, because this isn't just confined to one spot. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Aaron Westling.
Hi, Erin Wessling, 10 Hazelnut Lane in Londonderry. I actually my development sits directly off High Range Road, which follows the blue line. I am on the east side of the blue line. So my question is, I'm a nurse, and we have backup procedures that I assume Saint-Gobain will have backup requirements as well. But what happens if there is a catastrophic failure of this RTO? Are they required to put in some backup form that will at least bring the PFOAs down more so than what they have now? And if there was a catastrophic failure, what their timeline would then be in order to make sure that they're back up and running with what your safety requirements are, what your limitations are, or is there a shutdown of the facility? Speaking from being an outlier and feeling sympathy for those that are in Merrimack, but like my neighbor just said, we in Londonderry are split. And there's some of us that are affected technically in what DES says that they can hold accountable. When I have a young husband who's been diagnosed with cancer and have lost 2 animals that have drunk immense amounts of water coming from my well, which we believe has an aquifer that could very well be affected. So I just ask that there is a standard set in place that for what they have right now that's being put out into the environment, that there is a backup system for the new system that they want to install that doesn't leave them back where they're at in square one.
Thank you. Julianne Desmet.
Good evening. Julianne Desmet, 5 John Lane in Merrimack, New Hampshire. I think the last 2 people were kind of a tough act to follow. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this presentation here today. I'm sort of maybe a new kid on the block here in Merrimack. I moved here 2 years ago. So I'm just educating myself about all of this going on. Learning, I had a town councilor who helped me get in touch with DES. I tested my well myself, found out that it is contaminated. It took me about a week to get bottled water, so going from zero knowledge to trying to get up to speed here. I just think it's important and would just like to commend all the people who spoke before me. 90% versus why aren't we demanding 100%? Why aren't we demanding more? So I just wanted to, as I sat through everything, learned a lot tonight, just wanted to reiterate those few points, and I hope things improve from here on in. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and your testimony. This concludes the oral testimony portion of our hearing. I'm sorry, I can't. Yes, I just asked if anyone else wanted to. Yes. Yes.
Jeff Daly from Nashua, 74 Walden Pond Drive. A number of people have asked, what is the backup? What is the efficiency of this system? One of the things nobody's asked about is, why can't we go out further? The lady who spoke just now, she's in Londonderry. The wind blows this all over the place. And we know what happened up at Bow with the PSNH plant. Their stack was 50 feet too short, and it was raining acid over in Pembroke. Let us look, what is the real extent of the exhaust system, especially the char. The char can be filtered out. It is a particulate, and if that goes up in the air and is not fully oxidized, you're putting PFAS back on the ground again. So let us establish once and for all and get Saint-Gobain to pay for it. They're the polluters. The circular law and the TSCA, and I've spoken about this before, gives DES the full authority to set whatever standard they need under the federal law. And one gentleman said, let's set it at 0. I stated that at the PFAS conference held down in Exeter last year. And Administrator Dunn and Dr. Peter Cravette said, yes, we could do that, but they're going to run straight into the lobbyists who will say, no way, you're upsetting our business model. You have the law on your side, so if you want to set 0, set it. If you want to put alarms on this whole system that puts a red light on up in DES's offices in Concord, do it. We've got the electronics. We've got the way of communications day. Let them pay for it. The people of Merrimack never asked for this. Nobody in this world asked for it. It was dumped on us. It was found in 1938, developed for the Manhattan Project, then became the Teflon coating that was the wonder thing for the world. And now we've got 98% of the world contaminated with a proportion of PFAS in their bodies. You have the authority under CERCLA and under TSCA to establish what you need, and as a state, which has got a sovereign right under its own constitution, New Hampshire DES can do it. And I ask you also to include certain persons within the community to be part of your ongoing investigation. Dr. Katie Pelch of TEDx is probably one of the top experts in endocrinology. She helped establish part of the MCL, and I think those are the sort of people you need to engage publicly, not behind locked doors. And I don't want to hear anybody from 3M or a lobbyist visiting Concord, DES's office, and having a private meeting with DES. They had one down in Washington, but they got caught. And it was publicized, but it was also squashed. That is not what the EPA stands for. You're there to protect us. DES is here to protect us. Please, as one person said, do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Did you fill out a blue card? Would you do so, please? Once again, I would ask if anyone has comments, if one wants to comment, please fill out a blue card.
My name is Junie Pierce, and I live on Turkey Hill Road. I live on a small river. Let's say I decided to start my own business and dumped things that I didn't need for my business in the river. I would be stopped from doing this in a heartbeat. I could say that it only affects a few beaver, a few fish, a few other things, but I would still be stopped from doing it. And I would be fined if I did it. And if I continued to do it, I'd be fined some more. Why does corporate greed supersede the needs of 28,000 people in this town, the soil, the air, for a few emissions? I do not understand. If I would be shut down from polluting the river, if I buried things on my property that I'm not supposed to and get caught and fined, Why is this allowed to continue to go on and on and on and on? It is my opinion that, and I don't even want to be speaking, because to me it's so obvious that Saint-Gobain should be shut down tomorrow morning. And they should be told that you will not start production again until you can prove that you have met the needs of 28,000 residents of Merrimack. I don't get it, because I would be shut down if I was doing something on my property or dumping something in my river, or the town's river. I would be shut down. And I don't understand what your problem is. I don't get it. And it's very annoying, as you can tell. So I would appreciate that if you think that you would think about corporate greed should not be controlling what happens in this town for years to come. Have I missed something? Is there something else for me to add? They should be shut down. Midnight tonight would be even better. And then they come up with a solution of not polluting, continuing to pollute our town. People grow vegetables in town. People have animals. We have wildlife. And it's all being affected. And it's time that it stops, and it stops now. Not next week, or not after we do another test, or whatever. Where do you think the people of Merrimack are coming up with $20 million? We're just a small town in southern New Hampshire. I'm done. I hope I've made myself clear.
You have. Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions for me?
I do not.
Anybody?
Thank you very much. Again, before we close the hearing, I want to remind everyone that you can submit written comments on the draft decision, the draft permit, up until 4 p.m. on Friday, December 6th. And then the process after that is, as Kathy outlined, we will issue a response to comments and a final permit that addresses those comments. So with that, I will close the hearing, and we'll take 10 or 15 minutes to get ourselves set. 5 minutes, okay, to reorient towards the groundwater situation.
Obviously, that's an important part of the rule-setting process for the state, and we have to get that done. As a reminder, this is an important reminder, at this stage, the hearing is closed. So if you wish to make any commentary on the air permit, it must be in writing by close of business December 6th. If you say anything verbally, it is not part of the public record and will not be considered on the permit. You don't want somebody to come up and say something, have a great idea, and it doesn't get answered, and then you feel like it wasn't heard. It must be in writing from this point forward through 4 o'clock December 6th. Again, a reminder, Golder, the contractor from Saint-Gobain, is out in the hall. If you do have direct questions as to their current scope of work, the activities they're doing, they're here. I believe once the door closes, if nobody's out there, they're going to start packing up. So if you did want to catch them, now would be the time. All right. Cover that. All right, so we're now switching over to the site investigation. Jeff Martz is the site investigation lead. He'll give a presentation on the site investigation. Then after that, we will attempt to answer your questions. Jeff?
Thanks, Clark. As Clark mentioned, my name is Jeff Martz. I'm a hydrogeologist. with the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau, and I'm the project manager for the Saint-Gobain site investigation. There's a number of topics I'd like to talk to you tonight about the site investigation. Each one of these individual topics I could talk for about an hour, but my goal tonight is to talk for about a half hour to allow time for your questions afterwards. So we're going to start out with a brief overview of PFAS. PFAS are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, which are man-made chemicals that essentially entered consumer products and industrial products mainly in the 1950s. Because of the strong bond between carbon and fluorine, many of these PFAS chemicals do not degrade under natural conditions. Currently, DES regulates 4 PFAS compounds, but PFAS compounds are part of a larger family of about 5,000 compounds that have been identified so far. I'm not going to read everything on this list, but PFAS are widely used in both industrial uses, such as textile coating, like the Saint-Gobain facility, and in commercial products sold to residents, including personal care products, paints, varnishes, and stain-resistant coatings on fabrics and carpets. I'm going to talk a little bit about how contaminated sites are managed in New Hampshire. So, a contaminated site management starts from the discovery phase. In 2016, PFAS were discovered in tap water at the Saint-Gobain facility. There was an emergency response phase where DES took the lead on sampling because PFAS air emissions were previously unknown in the state of New Hampshire, and the extent of how many wells could be contaminated was not known. We've moved on now to the site investigation phase, where we're trying to identify what is the source, where is it going, who or what are the potential receptors. Next phases are going to be remediation and ultimately management of a groundwater management zone. Some of the objectives of a site investigation are to determine the source, nature, location, and full extent of contamination, identify receptors and potential receptors, and identify the need for further investigation or remediation. Site investigations involve 4-dimensional analysis, both in map view, which is we refer to as 2D, where contaminants are found, which wells, but also in 3D, such as in the cross-sectional view behind me. We need to find out what depths the contaminants are located at and which geologic materials. And the 4th dimension is time, how the contaminants vary with time in a given well or at a given location. I get a lot of questions about why DES isn't taking the lead in sampling right now. And currently, DES's role is to provide regulatory oversight and guidance, while responsible parties are responsible for hiring a consultant to conduct the investigation and to do the cleanup. Why is it necessary to spend time doing a comprehensive site investigation? The simple answer is, at complex contaminated sites, there's really no one-size-fits-all solution for cleanup. Geology plays an important role both in how groundwater moves through the subsurface and how contaminants behave in those different geologic materials. Each of the geologic materials shown on the screen behind me, sand, silt, clay, fractured rock, and glacial till, are all present in various combinations beneath the Saint-Gobain facility and throughout the communities here. And how the contaminants move, or understanding and ultimately addressing the contamination in groundwater involves a clear understanding of the site geology. Now I'm going to give you a very brief overview of a history of Saint-Gobain from 2016, when PFAS was discovered, to the present, and I'm kind of tailoring this timeline to the site investigation. So in 2016, PFAS was discovered in a tap water sample collected from the Saint-Gobain facility. This tap water came from the Merrimack Village District, and this prompted the initiation of a large investigation that involved the sampling of numerous wells around the community. It also started the on-site investigation work. Also in 2016, the EPA issued a lifetime health advisory for PFOA of 70 parts per trillion and PFOS combined. So it was the two compounds added together. At that time, in 2016, NHDES adopted an ambient groundwater quality standard of 70 parts per trillion based on the EPA health advisory. The site investigation continued into 2018, and in 2018, NHDES and Saint-Gobain entered into a consent decree. The consent decree provides for permanent alternate water within an area defined as the pre-GMZ, which I'll show you on a map on the next slide. Also important to note, in 2018, Senate Bill 309 required DES to initiate rulemaking to establish new MCLs for PFAS chemicals. And effective on September 30th, 2019, 4 new MCLs and ambient groundwater quality standards went into effect for 4 compounds: PFOA, 12 parts per trillion, PFOS at 15 parts per trillion, PFHXS at 18 parts per trillion, and finally PFNA at 11 parts per trillion. Site investigation can be broken down geographically into near facility, including the Saint-Gobain property and immediately adjacent parcels, and sort of the regional town-wide investigation. To review, Kathy spoke at great length about how the process occurs inside the facility. This is kind of a schematic diagram that talks about how the air release occurred and essentially resulted in the contamination of wells throughout the community. So PFAS were emitted from the stack, were transported by the air, and fell as either dry particles or through precipitation that landed on the ground. Once on the ground, they slowly made their way through the soil column down to the groundwater table in either overburden, unconsolidated sediments like sand and gravel, or into fractured rock, where they could be then drawn into individuals' wells. As part of the site investigation, a water supply well sampling program was initiated, and over 1,000 groundwater samples were analyzed for PFOA within the consent decree area. About 10% of those samples were below detection for PFOA, but 18% of the samples exceeded the 2016 AGQS, ambient groundwater quality standard, of 70 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS. So 18% of about 1,000 samples exceeded. 59% of the samples exceed the current 2019 AGQS of 12 parts per trillion for PFOA. What does this look like in map view? These two maps show the consent decree outer boundary in blue. That's the 64 square mile area. In red is the pre-GMZ boundary. It's about 14.6 square miles. These maps show the location of all the well samples. The only difference is they're coded differently based on the AGQS. So the map on the left shows the AGQS of 70 parts per trillion. The well samples are shown as red or purple, whereas on the right, samples that exceed 12 parts per trillion are shown as red and purple. So you can see on the left-hand side, with a standard of 70, most of the wells that exceeded the 70 parts per trillion were contained within the pre-GMZ boundary. And this is the area where Saint-Gobain has extended water lines and is continuing to wrap up that work today. Effective September 30th, we now find that a number of wells exceed 12 parts per trillion between the pre-GMZ boundary and the outer consent decree. You can see a number of red wells scattered throughout this area. So Saint-Gobain is currently responsible for addressing wells out to the outer boundary that exceed for PFOA and PFOS. Another component of the site investigation has been soil testing. Nearly 500 soil samples have been collected and analyzed for PFAS. They include collection of samples at sensitive receptors, agricultural properties, around the MVD 4 and 5 wellhead area, Webster Green, a condominium complex located across the street from Saint-Gobain. Excess soil was tested for PFAS that was generated as part of the waterline extension project in Merrimack, as well as testing at the facility and surrounding properties. The take-home so far from all of that sampling is that all of the results are below the 2016 NHDES current direct contact screening value for PFOA of 500 parts per billion. Site investigation activities at the site started with an initial site investigation which involved the drilling of 11 monitoring wells, a stormwater and surface water investigation which involved collection and analysis of over 190 stormwater samples, a site investigation which included drilling 33 monitoring wells and the drilling of 42 soil borings, and continues with ongoing work as part of a supplemental site investigation that involved the drilling of 4 monitoring wells, additional soil and groundwater sampling. This is somewhat of a cartoonish figure that I drew, and it's not meant to represent exact conditions at the site, but I wanted to put it up here to kind of illustrate components of the three-dimensional aspect of the site investigation. So what this figure illustrates is the air release pathway is represented by these orange arrows and represented by the small circles that are landing on the ground. So each of these small circles, form a continuous area of soil contamination, and that has a certain signature as it moves into the groundwater. Also under investigation are areas where discrete spills are thought or have been reported to have occurred. That may have a different chemical signature compared to the air deposition. 2 other areas of investigation also include stormwater lines and sanitary sewer lines. This is a 3-dimensional cutout showing the groundwater, how contaminants migrate through the soil, hit the groundwater table, which is denoted by this blue line, and then may form commingled plumes of PFAS in the groundwater that each have a slightly different chemistry based on the blend of PFAS from the different sources. So it makes it kind of complex to determine where a particular source of PFAS might be located. So there are 25 different potential release areas that are investigated as part of the site investigation. These circles, the purple circles on the map behind me, illustrate areas where subsurface investigations have been targeted to evaluate those 25 different potential release areas. This inset shows well GZ3 that prior to the start of the site investigation was one of the wells with one of the highest concentrations of PFOA in groundwater at about 19,000 parts per trillion. The little red circles on this blow-up indicate areas where wells and/or soil borings were installed to try and determine what the source of that 19,000 parts per trillion was in GZ3. This map illustrates groundwater and groundwater flow directions. It was important to characterize which way groundwater is flowing at the site, and there is a certain amount of complexity. On this map, north is up and to the right. So groundwater flow beneath the main part of the facility is generally towards the southwest, towards Dumpling Brook. We believe groundwater from underneath the site eventually discharges into Dumpling Brook, raising the PFAS concentration of the surface water. In this portion of the facility, which would be the east side of the facility, facing the Merrimack River, there's areas where groundwater flow is to the northeast and the southeast. Over a shallow bedrock high, there's a bit of a ridge of bedrock that acts to some extent as a barrier to groundwater flow, which I think is driving a lot of the groundwater towards Dumpling Brook. This is a blow-up showing the potential release areas in the vicinity of MW4S. Monitoring well 4S might be known to some of you due to recent detections of high concentrations of PFAS, which I'll get into a little bit later. But I want to point out a few things. MW4S is located here. This is the main part of the facility. North is off to the upper right part of the screen. There is a hazardous waste storage building located here. There's various trailers or structures where raw materials are stored. There are different spill areas that have been identified that are under investigation, and there's drip lines off the roof, as well as a sanitary sewer line located here. MW4 is here, and as I said on the earlier figure, groundwater flow is generally to the left in that vicinity. So there's a lot of potential sources for PFAS and the elevated PFAS at MW4S. So that is something that's currently under investigation. Here's a map showing PFOA groundwater contours. This figure and most of the figures I'm showing tonight were produced by Golder and Associates, who are out in the hall tonight. They're the consultant for Saint-Gobain. This map shows PFOA contours. The outer contour denotes wells that are between 1,000 and 5,000 parts per trillion for PFOA, and the inner contour denotes areas where PFOA exceeds 5,000 parts per trillion in groundwater. And it's important to note that these contours were drawn prior to the detection of tens of thousands of parts per trillion in MW4S. This is a map showing PFOS contours. They're located closer to the facility. The outer contour captures wells that are between 70 and 1,000 parts per trillion. There's a little isolated well out here. And it's also important to note that there's some isolated wells out by Dumpling Brook that contain PFOS above 70 parts per trillion. And there's an area of concentrated PFOS on the backside, east side of the facility at about 1,000 parts per trillion. When I look at this map, one question comes to mind is whether or not you have PFOS traveling through a deep bedrock fracture and emerging at the Dumpling Brook here. You know, that's something that continues to be part of the supplemental site investigation work that's ongoing. Here's a slide talking about MW4S. In March 2019, additional water sampling showed PFOA at 52,000 and 69,500 parts per trillion in MW4S. One thing I want to point out is MW4S is part of what hydrogeologists refer to as a well triplet. There are 3 wells drilled next to each other. They are screened at different levels in the aquifer. So MW4S is a shallow well. It spans the water table and is probably only 10, 15 feet deep. MW4 is screened somewhere near the bottom or the top of a till layer below some clay. And then MW4B is completed in the bedrock. And the difference between the bedrock, which has a PFOA concentration of 1.1 part per trillion, and the concentration in the tens of thousands at 4S is very great. And how PFAS move through the shallow subsurface aquifer and into the deep bedrock is something that continues to be investigated as part of the supplemental site investigation. That's a critical component to understanding how to implement an effective remediation system. Another thing I want to point out, this is a historical trend dating back several years for MW4 and 4S. And although the numbers are hard to read, on the low side, these are quarterly samples, so they're collected 4 times a year. On the low side, historically, MW4S was around 3,000 parts per trillion PFOA. It had one blip up over 7,000 parts per trillion. And one thing that's not known is what's going on between each of these points. And one possibility for this high detection is that they finally caught a high sample or a situation where the groundwater contained high concentrations. Looking ahead, we're looking to have Golder and Saint-Gobain complete the supplemental site investigation work to fill in soil data gaps and to develop remedial alternatives at the facility. Some of the remedial response activities to date include the installation of 17 miles of water line. Approximately 930 properties have been connected to public water. 44 properties were connected to point-of-use treatment systems. A wastewater pre-treatment system was installed at the Saint-Gobain facility to remove PFAS from their wastewater stream, their industrial wastewater stream. The MVD 4 and 5 treatment system is under construction, and Saint-Gobain has also lined and repaired section of the stormwater system. Next part of the talk is going to go into the new AGQS and the upcoming water supply sampling investigation. Kind of revisit this map. So, before we were looking at most of the wells exceeding the 70 part per trillion being located in a 14 square mile area. Now we are currently investigating a 64 square mile area. So Saint-Gobain's consultant submitted a work plan on September 30th that proposed an initial sampling of 360 properties. Because we're looking at a 64 square mile area encompassing thousands of wells, it's not possible to sample all of those thousands of wells at a single time. So DES asked Saint-Gobain to prioritize wells based on risk, based on proximity to other wells, and to come up with a list of where to start, and that included 360 properties. There were some gaps in that proposal. DES submitted a letter to Saint-Gobain asking for additional properties, and as of November 1st, they submitted an Addendum 1, which included 224 additional properties. There were still some additional gaps in that proposal, and DES issued a letter today that requests additional work, which will bring another 360 properties under consideration for water sampling. I will caveat that those 360 properties, it's unclear as to whether some of them are connected to public water, so the ultimate number sampled may be slightly less just because they are connected to public water. So most of the wells in the sampling program were selected by Saint-Gobain based on a proximity to a 2 times the AGQS exceedance. So essentially, if a well or properties were within 1,000 feet of a well that it exceeded 24 parts per trillion, it was coded. And then if it also met another criteria of being within 2,000 feet of the pre-GMZ, which I had illustrated earlier, then it was selected for sampling. There were a few other criteria that were used in the selection process, but that encompassed the main number of wells. Under Addendum 1, they used different criteria based on the letter DES issued, and they selected lots within 60 feet of properties that were eligible for bottled water. So essentially, lots that exceeded 12 parts per trillion PFOA. So if you have any questions specific to where your property fits into the water supply well sampling program, recommend you call Saint-Gobain at the 800 number or take advantage of Golder being here in the lobby today. You can ask them. They have some maps and tables and can look up your property and give you an idea of when your well may be sampled. If you have additional comments to submit on the air permit, I have Kathy Beam's email address posted. And if you stick around, we're going to take general questions on the site investigation from the audience. So thank you for staying tonight. Thanks, Jeff.
All right, so we'll now attempt to answer your questions. Just as a quick show of hands, how many people approximately want to ask a question? Okay, fair enough. So if you don't mind, again, could we sort of limit to say 3 minutes for the first question? People sometimes ask 10 questions in a row, and everybody ought to get their one question asked. So we'll sort of do 3 minutes, and then you can come back up and ask another one if you want. As a reminder, again, public comments on the air permit. We cannot accept public verbal comments anymore. The email for Kathy is up there. Please send written comments in there. Also, please be aware that DHHS will be holding an evening meeting associated with health effects, health studies that are ongoing, those kinds of things. Nobody up here has a medical degree, so if you could, they're trying to hold that yet this month at one of the towns in the area. So if you got questions along those orders, please, we couldn't have everything happen tonight, so we're doing site investigation and air permit tonight here. And last, please understand and respect there are multiple lawsuits in the courts, both filed by the state and against the state. We may not be able to address all of your questions because of those pending lawsuits. And I do apologize for that because that's not normally how we want to operate. But since we filed lawsuits against 3M and others, and they filed suits against us, we have to be a little more cautious in our interactions. So I'll apologize if I have to say we can't answer that in advance. With that, would somebody like to ask a question? Apparently you would.
Thank you for giving us the latest on how the investigation is going. So I really have just two questions. A lot of those wells that were originally tested were yellow, right? But the hydrology has changed over the last year. So now we have wells that have been decommissioned. The hydrology has changed, so the flows may be a little different. Are those wells going to be retested to ensure that they are still under the MCL? And my second question is, all of MVD, and I'm not sure if they're still here, but the MVD wells, all of them right now, are testing above the MCLs. Currently, Golder is sending out bottled water to the private well owners that have testing results above the MCLs, including not much, like 14. So when is Saint-Gobain going to provide bottled water for the entire town of Merrimack and the affected surrounding areas? Thank you.
Are you going to answer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So to your first question, as far as the change in hydrology, as wells were decommissioned and water lines were extended within the pre-GMZ boundary, DES asked Saint-Gobain to establish what we call the pre-GMZ monitoring program, where they selected a number of wells around the perimeter of that pre-GMZ area to monitor those on an ongoing basis to determine if contaminants might migrate outside of the pre-GMZ, as you suggested might happen with the decommissioning of the wells. That work is continuing in cases where the wells didn't already exceed the 12 parts per trillion. In cases where they exceed the 12 parts per trillion, those people have been offered bottled water by Saint-Gobain. And we expect that this is going to step out as we identify the full extent of contamination down to 12 parts per trillion, and a new groundwater monitoring program will be implemented once the extent of contamination has been defined.
So thank you for that question. Again, for those who haven't met me before, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of DES's Waste Management Division. And the answer to the question regarding bottled water, so it's complex and it's difficult, and I recognize we're sympathetic to this. It seems a little incongruent that as you described, you've got people with private wells who are just over the standard who may be getting bottled water from Saint-Gobain, and then you have other people who are on the MVD system, and that water may not always meet standards. And obviously there's testing going on to determine the system's compliance, and if it's not compliant, then they will be required to put treatment on to meet the standard because they're a regulated public water system. So I think the short answer is that the solution for that, if MVD's water does not meet the current standards, is that treatment will need to be put on, or any public water system has other options available to it. As Jeff mentioned, MVD 4 and 5 are getting treatment put on and having those back online, able to provide water that meets the standard. And there are folks from MVD here that can speak to that better than I can, but they may have an opportunity to do it that way rather than putting treatment on all the other wells, supply wells that they rely on. But the short answer is I don't think that public water, or that bottled water for users of the MVD system is going to be in the future. Now, obviously, persons who are on MVD water who are concerned about that and want to purchase bottled water on their own, certainly are, probably some are doing that, and they're certainly at liberty to do that if they want to.
So I just had two questions. One is this slide deck going to be on the website?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, and then the second, it's really more of a comment. You keep talking about the 65 square miles of site investigation. I want to remind people that that's a circle with a radius of 4.5 miles around Saint-Gobain. So 4.5 miles away is what you're investigating. Pennachuck water system has tested at 19 parts per trillion, so clearly it's further than 4.5 miles.
If I could, realize there are many sources in this state of PFAS compounds. Not all of them come from Saint-Gobain. And so we have sites at Pease Air Force Base that have nothing to do with Saint-Gobain. We have sites here in Merrimack that have nothing to do with Saint-Gobain. We have sites all over. And so if you look at any one individual well, you do have to take a look at, is any one individual clearly identifiable as the responsible party? Clearly, as we started the investigation around the Saint-Gobain facility, that was relatively easy.
Mm-hmm.
As we go further and further out, it's harder and harder to say that any one person or entity is clearly responsible. And especially if you look at Pennachuck, we have done investigations towards their source, and it's similar as you look out on some of the wells with MVD. It is not clear that you can point a finger at a single entity and say, you are the clearly responsible party. And unfortunately, that's the reality when you have contaminants that come from so many different products, processes, and uses.
Okay, then I now have another question. Does not Pennachuck take their water from the same river that runs by Saint-Gobain?
No.
They don't?
They primarily take it from Pennachuck Brook. That is their primary source, and they take it then from the... If you wouldn't mind me answering the question, Jeff, she asked me. They have started to use a river intake during the summer.
That's right.
They have been using that the last couple of summers. They have started to construct a year-round river intake, but as of right now, the year-round river intake is not in functioning use. So right now, as they go towards wintertime, the primary use is the Pennachuck Brook and the surface water system that comes in from there. We believe the perfluorinated compounds that have been found in their water come from that surface water system that comes in along Pennachuck Brook.
Okay, and
testing so far in the Merrimack River has been relatively low, other than right next to the brook, which was mentioned by Jeff.
so the values for Pennachuck, are they higher in the summer than they are in the winter?
Don't think we've seen a direct seasonal signature. We saw some variations around the drought a couple years ago. That clearly showed a signal in a lot of different places around the state, not just with Pennachuck or with MVD or anybody else. That is the one really strong sort of background signature we saw.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Sheehan, and I'm from Londonderry. My house is in the affected area, okay? I feel that I've heard a lot of complexities on how they polluted, but I haven't heard a quick response on cleaning it up. Currently, I'm paying $150 a month to buy bottled water. The house behind me, I have pictures here if you want to see it, is polluted and connects with my yard. I had a dog die of autoimmune disease, never connected it, didn't know about it. There are people behind me, the street that runs parallel, that are sick. I feel that Saint-Gobain should set up a testing site where we can bring the water in. I don't think residents should have to pay $500 to test their water. There's working families, they have children, and I don't think children should be exposed to this. You call the 800 number that Jeff Martz has up for Saint-Gobain, he might as well take it down. I've called for the last 3 weeks, no response. You talk to Saint-Gobain out there, they have no answers. What's going to happen with these polluted wells? Who's going to pay to cap them off? Who's going to pay the residents for property devaluation? Who's going to pay for the money we paid to put these wells in? Why should we have a water bill if they connect us up to town water? Nobody can answer any of these questions.
And Jeff and I, as you know, were in Londonderry and heard you the other evening. We did bring up your circumstance where you complained that they had not responded to the phone.
Nope.
And they stated that they are now getting within 2 working days of getting a response.
That's what Jeff said.
So again, we'll bring that up, and you've got her direct contact information. Don't repeat your contact information. We are on cable.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
We'll bring that up again. As far as the investigation, we did ask them to prioritize, and as Jeff said, right now, what they're looking is the area that's near the pre-GMZ because it has the highest level of contamination. Also, any sites that have higher levels, they're doing all the adjacent properties to those. Obviously, it doesn't cover the entire area, and the issue is trying to make sure that the sampling that's done is done well. If you go and do your own sample, these materials are everywhere. They're sticky notes from 3M, if you got Gore-Tex, certain cleaners and fabric softeners have them. And so it's real easy to get a contamination and get a false positive. And we have had problems with that, especially early on. And so we do want professionals to come and do the testing if possible. Or what we want to have is that it goes to a lab that really knows how to do this.
Why doesn't Saint-Gobain set up a testing site where they'll have them do the testing?
They have a testing program, and they are sending out to labs that we
But
accredit.
they're doing it so slow. I mean, they're doing only so many houses in this. If you look at the map on this area, that's affected in Londonderry, doing 100 houses, even in a 90-day period, isn't going to cut it. And we're on the hook for all these expenses. We pay high taxes up here. And, you know, we have working families. I mean, come on. I mean, Reading, Mass, Saturday, had a problem with their water. They delivered water to the residents and set up water stations so they could pick up water. We shouldn't be on the hook for this.
So as I mentioned on an earlier slide, the initial sampling is going to involve about 944 properties right now. Saint-Gobain has committed to targeting completion of the sampling program within about a year, recognizing that there are a lot of uncertainties in how that's going to play out.
So we're going to be on the hook for all this money in bottled water because we can't drink the water. If you boil the water, the contaminants multiply. So you can't even do that. So basically, because of corporate greed, the homeowners are on the hook for this money. We should be reimbursed, or they should be handing out stipends for this. I mean, people don't work to pay for the cleanup of a chemical company. Been through this before. The government always has excuses.
So one thing, when we talk about the consent decree in the area in which they have responsibilities, I want to be very clear, that in no way limits your legal rights. It's just the state has said under our investigation, here's what you have to go do. There are class action lawsuits out there.
I understand. You want us to spend more money for a $1 billion company that did this to all of 5 towns.
Ma'am, I don't want us to be here this evening. I don't want this to have ever happened.
Yeah,
None
I
of
don't
us
wanna be
wants
here
it to.
either, but-
I live in one of the towns that's affected. None of us wants to be here. But the fact is, we have certain abilities to force them to go do investigations, and we're doing them and reporting out what we're doing. We do have the ability to ask them to prioritize in the areas in which there's the greatest risk, and they are doing that. We can certainly push them to go faster, which we just had a meeting.
I think they should do more houses or have a better solution, I mean, for us. It's like pass the buck.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would just add, we are sympathetic to your, we realize this is very frustrating for people. I do want to say that, you know, when we asked, as soon as the standards became available, we asked them for a plan to begin doing more sampling. And we asked them to prioritize it because that, I think, is the responsible thing to do. As Jeff just described, they came back to us with a plan for about 360 samples. We pressed them in a relatively short period of time. That number went from 360 to over 900. And we'll continue to press them to do this work. But we know from our own experiences, it is very difficult to go out. You just can't snap your fingers and go do 3,000 samples. It takes time to do that. We're trying to do it on a prioritized basis. We understand that it's frustrating, and we're doing everything we can to press this so that it can happen as promptly as possible. And the main thing we want to do, if we can't do anything else, is to at least help people understand whether or not their water is contaminated, whether they need to take any action.
I
So that's what we're trying to focus our efforts on.
I understand that, but our health is at risk.
Sure, we understand.
And nobody's taking, we can't pay for our health, to get our health back. So all this time they're taking, we don't know if it's making us sick. If it's in the ground, we have to be breathing it. If it's in the ground, our pets have to be walking on contaminated ground if some of these houses are contaminated.
To be clear on that, the work we've done to date, we're pretty confident that the primary pathway of exposure, if you have it in your water, is through drinking water. And that's really the primary exposure pathway that we think is a concern. And that's why we set this very protective standard, and we're working to make sure that people have water that meets that standard. So I don't want people to worry that there are all these multiple pathways for this contamination, because that's not clear at this point.
They should be tested in the air too if it's in the ground.
And we are testing the air as the results present. You've been significant over 3 minutes. I want to show respect to the other people who've lined up to ask questions too.
Thank you, Clark. Bill Boyd, 139 Joppa Road here in Merrimack. I am a town councilor, and I serve as the council's vice chair to the board. Given the current ambient groundwater quality standards and the contamination that's present at Saint-Gobain, the exposure of the Merrimack residents to contaminated drinking water significantly above the MCLs established by you folks, site remediation must be instituted in a manner beyond simple monitoring alone. New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services has not required Saint-Gobain to institute any groundwater or soil remedial actions which would remove the sources of contamination. While you guys have done a great job going on a comprehensive site study of Saint-Gobain, the following facts are indisputable. 100% of the groundwater wells sampled at Saint-Gobain are contaminated with PFOA, above AGQS. Saint-Gobain continues to emit PFAS as a part of their operating processes from their stacks. In fact, in 2019, this year, PFOA was still a constituent present in their raw materials. The roof at Saint-Gobain is suspected to absorb some of these compounds and is likely releasing these compounds during rain events, as evidenced by PFOA found in roof drains ranging from 1,400 parts per trillion to 52,000 parts per trillion. And lastly, heavily contaminated soils will continue to contaminate groundwater. Considering the fact that there has been conflicting claims from Saint-Gobain regarding their stormwater discharges, they have stated that they do not use PFOA, so the contamination from the roof is considered residual contamination. Is it acceptable for the town of Merrimack to wait another 1.5 years, which is the time allowed for your air permit? Is it to address the stormwater issues at that site? Are we going to ask Saint-Gobain to rip up the roof, rip up the room drains and the stormwater piping and have it replaced so that we're not dealing with this nuisance of residual PFOA?
I think
question number
Jeff
one.
Presented, there's about 3 minutes, Bill, to be
Okay.
fair. As he presented, one of the things they're on the hook for is to complete the site investigation, give us a remedial action plan. The remedial action plan will not be to sit around and watch what happens. Certainly not at the site, not with the level of contamination we see. I've heard examples that people are requesting as far as every scrap of soil that shows any level of contamination should be torn out of Merrimack. There wouldn't be Merrimack anymore. We do need to come up with where really is the contamination. And as Jeff said, in a three-dimensional sense, it doesn't do good just to look at the drinking water wells and say, okay, well, because this is the worst drinking water well, we'll go remediate at that site. We need to know where the real mass of these compounds are, and then get a remedial action plan that addresses those compounds. That would include where are remaining sources, such as stormwater sources and other things. But Jeff's presented, that is one of the plans that they are responsible for providing.
That they will look at the
We would review it, we would
they'll
have
look
to
at the
approve it.
infrastructure of their building. If they need to fix infrastructure of the building to
Wherever the sources are.
Wherever the source is.
I mean,
Okay.
Jeff just went through,
No, I understand that, but I'm just...
where are the sources, where are they going?
But understand, I'm looking at data that's provided by the Golder Report, and that's one salient piece of information that's been presented to me, that while Mr. Martz did state that, to me, adding clarity as specifically this particular piece, I personally for me and for other members on the council, believe is a salient question to be asked. So if it's redundant, I apologize, but I wanted clarity on that particular point.
They also a remedial action plan. We have to approve it, and then they have to perform to it.
So regarding remediation, my
Bill,
neighbor...
similar to the previous, it's been more than 3 minutes, I think, to show courtesy to others. If you want to line back up at the back, please do. But Wolf, your last line. Are you fine with Bill keeps going? I'm just trying to, I mean, honestly, we're all here. It's late. We're just trying to show courtesy to everybody that if people do need to get somewhere, they have the opportunity to ask their question and go.
Do you want me to get back in line? Okay.
I think Wolf said it's fine. I think Wolf said you could keep going, Bill.
Jeff Daly, Nashua, 74 Walden Pond. This is to your attention, Clark. Where does the groundwater modeling for the Amherst TCI facility stand? Is it ongoing? How far is it? And how soon will it be finished?
We're here about the Merrimack site investigation. We didn't bring the team for the Amherst site, which is a different investigation team. They're not here because we were asked to come for the towns associated with the Saint-Gobain site. Since we were doing the Saint-Gobain air permit, we have the site investigation team for the Saint-Gobain site.
Yeah, but don't forget, where Merrimack meets Nashua, Amherst, and Hollis, you've got a confluence in the ground structure.
And I've identified the team that would have those answers is not here this evening.
Okay. The other thing is Pennachuck takes out water from the Merrimack in two places right now. They have like a storm drain pickup, and then they have a pipe that goes out a few feet. The pipe you're talking about is going into the center. They have some financial stuff that has to be settled. It would have been in the river by now. But they take 24 million gallons a day out, and they've just actually upped their permit request to take up to 42 million gallons if the Harris Pond and everything else up to Witch's Brook increases the level within the Harris Pond. Right now it's 23 parts per trillion. And somebody said it's a little bit more than that. Well, Eurofins say, no, our calculation is correct. So that's why they want to get the water out of the river, and you're correct. It's only about 9 parts. But it could go up. We don't know. Nobody knows. But the ground around Saint-Gobain, where they're building those homes, you told me that it measured 143 parts per trillion, and the ground itself is allowed up to 400 parts. Is that correct?
500.
500, right. Why, when that is in the ground, it's going to go down into the groundwater, and we've now got MCLs down in the 11 to 18. Why don't we do the same thing for the ground around Saint-Gobain?
Nobody is using groundwater around Saint-Gobain as a source of water.
No, the kids are going to come out of the homes there.
The standards we have are drinking water standards because you consume 2 liters a day. Dirt, which is a contact standard.
Right.
Even as a very energetic child, I did not eat 2 liters of dirt a day, every day, 365 days a year.
They get it on their hands, they rub it on their face, and they sweat.
It's not ingestion. That sweat would actually drive it the other direction, Jeff.
No, it doesn't.
I sweat outwards.
Professor Peasley of Notre Dame has proven that the sweat, when your pores open, the PFAS goes in because it has got a lower molecular weight.
Jeff, at each one of these things, you come up with some interesting odd fact, and you never produce the papers behind it. Could I ask that you produce this paper to everybody here?
He's got a paper where he's done thousands.
Could you produce that paper?
It's being peer reviewed right now.
So it hasn't been published.
He just presented part of what his findings are at UMass Lowell last week. But we've got to put a handle on it. You've got the capability under CERCLA and TSCA.
Actually, TSCA is a federal law. We don't have any say in TSCA.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, for the chemicals that are out there in the field. You have the legal right to set limits.
If your issue is soil contamination, then certainly we have, through our rules and our statutory authority, we have set contact soil standards. We publish them. Some of them once we have all the required information, they become part of rulemaking. The contact guideline that we're using for PFAS compounds, or for PFOA in particular, is not a rule yet, but it is a guideline that we use when we make decisions about site cleanup, about what soils might pose a risk for
Well, what is the level?
contact risk. Beg your pardon?
What is, you said it's 500, right?
Correct. That's right. That's the current. That's part per billion, right?
Billion.
Not part per trillion. That's right.
I asked you.
So to be clear, I just want to make sure I understand. To the extent that we're working on a site and we identify that, we would identify that as a risk and ask a party to do a remediation of that. When you get to the Saint-Gobain site, it is an extremely contaminated site. And as Jeff has just explained, it's incredibly important to do a very comprehensive site investigation. We've learned through years of experience that when we don't fully understand the nature and extent and the location of the contamination, we as a society make bad decisions about how to clean it up. So while it's frustrating for people to see the site investigation take so long, it's necessary to do that comprehensive site investigation in order to then arrive at a remedial action plan that's really going to be effective. And that's what we'll plan to do, and that's what's happening right now. But again, it's a complex site, it's a very contaminated site. It's going to take time to get to that complete site investigation so that we can develop a responsive and responsible remedy, and that's where we're headed.
Have you ever gone back to GE and checked on their plating room that they had there at Saint-Gobain?
I don't know whether staff have.
Within the chrome plating business, they use
Jeff, again,
PFCs.
3 minutes. We've held others to, Jeff, we've held others to 3 minutes.
okay.
You're well past 3 minutes.
But you should
if you'd
check
like to
that
go to the
out.
back of the line again, you're more than welcome. Hi, Don.
Don Provencher, Chair of Merrimack Village District. I want to thank everybody for being here. I know it's a tough position to be in. I wouldn't want to be on your side right now. I know, Jeff, you got an immense task to manage that hydrogeology on that site, and I appreciate that you're doing that. So I just had a couple of questions. The consent decree boundary, that blue line, has any bottled water been provided by Saint-Gobain outside of that blue line, or is it everything that they've provided water was only inside the blue line?
Everything is inside, to my knowledge.
So they haven't provided any bottled water for any wells, private wells that are outside the blue line, as far as you know?
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay. So my understanding is that the TCI site in Amherst did file for Superfund status. What would be the benefit of that for Saint-Gobain's site? Is there a reason why that we would or would not want to proceed with that? What triggers that, and who files?
I'm sorry, can I ask you again, what was the premise of your question? Did you say that someone had filed for
My
Superfund
understanding
status?
was that there was a filing to have the TCI site declared a Superfund site.
I don't believe so.
Are you not aware of that?
I don't, unless some third party asked for that to happen. Certainly we didn't ask for that, and as far as I know, TCI didn't ask for that, so I'm not sure who it would have been. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's.
Is that not the same thing?
That was some work that we did using some circular, what's called pre-remedial money. And in order to do that, there's certain things you need to do. We were trying to do some investigations in an area near TCI, not for TCI. And that work was funded using federal circular pre-remedial money, but that in no way was intended to say that we were seeking a listing for the site. So.
Basically, to get access to EPA's funding and have an EPA team come do the work, you have to go through the checklist and some other work. Especially at that point in the investigation, we were pretty strapped for manpower, and they offered that they could get us a team if we could give them a unique site and go through some paperwork for them. So we did the paperwork to get access to the team.
Would there be any benefit to assisting your investigation by having the Saint-Gobain site filing for Superfund status? I'm just not familiar with what the benefits are for Superfund.
I guess the way I would answer that is that, you know, the Superfund National Priority List program is a program that was designed to, you know, 30 years ago to address some of the country's worst sites. And it has, the Superfund program and process has its benefits, but it also has some drawbacks. It's really hard to say if we had gone down that road where we would be today, whether we'd be better off or not. One thing we had in this case is we had a responsible party that was prepared to do significant immediate work. And by that I mean, you know, we did a lot of the initial sampling, but they reimbursed the state for that, and they provided bottled water in almost real time to a number of residents, and then they embarked on design and construction of 15 plus miles of water lines to serve about 700 people, connect 700 people that previously didn't have access to public water. That's pretty impressive in the amount of time that was done and the efficiency with which it was done. I honestly don't know if that could have or would have happened as promptly under the Superfund program or not.
Okay.
So that's that's an issue that the state looks at. We generally don't really recommend or ask or try to work towards a Superfund NPL listing unless we're not getting work done. We don't see another pathway to getting work done. But that's a strategic question that we don't just sort of make a decision, say, oh, that site's never going to go Superfund. That's a decision that we look at and keep in the back of our minds continually as we're working on sites.
Okay, and I understand from previous meetings that the method of delineation of that blue outer boundary zone is sort of confidential to the settlement agreement with
Yeah, the Attorney General answered you on that, and as I mentioned, we do have some legal activities ongoing.
Right.
I'm not going to state differently than the Attorney General.
Okay, because there's some implications that have been made about being inside or outside the blue line, and some MVD wells are just outside the blue line, and that's been cause for rejection of responsibility. So I just wanted to make that clear to the audience behind me.
And one thing, if I could, because
Yeah.
and I think Alan did a good job explaining, the definition of that blue line is not an all-encompassing, it's not a granite wall. It only applies to PFOA and PFOS, so any other compounds we ever find coming out of the facility, those blue lines don't exist. And it's only for those that are below 70. If you end up being over 70 for PFOA and you're on the other side of the line, that line doesn't exist. So it's because that was in the legal agreement, the consent decree that they agreed to and we agreed to.
Can you change it to your own standards that you recommended?
You can go read the consent decree and how that was settled. Again, the Attorney General gave an answer that is part of a legal settlement, part of a negotiation, and due to ongoing litigation, we are going to leave it at that.
Okay.
Again, I do apologize. I'm not a legalistic person, but it is strange getting sued in your own state for setting drinking water standards. I also like the commissioner's names on the lawsuit, but I have to go to all the hearings at Superior Court. I notice he doesn't have to. I'm just joking.
So one final comment that I don't know if it's a question or not, but I appreciate the slide when you presented the order of sequences in investigation, and one of them was that you always try to get the potentially responsible party to fund the investigation, which I agree, so they're using their resources, not the state's resources. But in a situation with MVD wells is that we find ourselves with no identifiable potentially responsible party that we can conduct their own investigation. So I guess I can just make a final appeal to you if there's any way that you find in your power that you can assist our town and MVD of finding the PRPs, potentially responsible parties, so that we can have them do their own investigation. That would go a long way with
helping the MVD. Thanks.
Kristen Ayers, 19 Jakes Lane. I really want to start off by thanking you all for setting the lowest enforceable standards in the country. We really do appreciate all the time and effort that has gone into studying the science and getting that done for us. So we are grateful. I have a question about the fish tissue samples. That's something we discussed, Clark. Would you just share with everyone what the results of that were?
To be honest, I have not read the latest and greatest. I think, Jeff, you've got the latest.
I have it too.
Yeah, so we asked Saint-Gobain to collect fish tissue samples from Dumpling Brook and the Merrimack River. At the time when they collected the samples, there were no fish that were big enough to meet the criteria that were set forth for analysis of fish from Dumpling Brook, but they did analyze fish from the Merrimack River, and PFAS was detected, and I can't speak to the levels off the top of my head without having the table in front of me.
Okay. So it goes to the whole, there's no data for us to use for the Dumpling Brook. In the work plan for fish tissue sampling dated October 26, 2018, I just pulled it off of One Stop today. My concern is that it says in here that, hang on, here we go. If needed, so it was done on 5 from the Merrimack River and 5 from Dumpling Brook, from what I read. Is that correct?
That was the proposal, but none of the fish from Dumpling Brook met the target size listed in the work plan. Well, here's the deal.
So it says in your own document, if needed, additional fish, example, 8 instead of 5, may be substituted for the parent duplicate sample to ensure sufficient tissue volume is provided for chemical analysis. Why was that not done?
Basically, the request for the fish tissue sampling was centered on fish that were of edible size, because the concern was to address whether or not people eat consuming the fish.
But why have that comment in your own document?
Are you referring to the Golder work plan? I believe that's what you're referring to.
I think I actually
It
get it.
is
The
work
issue is
plan for
if
fish
none of
tissue
them,
sampling.
if none of them get to the size to be sampled, if you can't get 5, you can't get 8.
Well, here's the other deal. It was smallmouth bass, and there's a list of 15 other fish that could have been selected instead of 10 smallmouth bass.
Yeah, my understanding is none of the fish were big enough to meet that criteria from Dumpling Brook.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Quoted, New Hampshire DES, this is in that same document, October 26th, understanding based on discussions with New Hampshire Fish and Game is that Dumpling Brook is considered a high-quality wild brook trout stream due to the cold summer water temperatures and observed trout density measured by Fish and Game 2014. On July 23rd, 2018, New Hampshire DES observed fish in Dumpling Brook near the confluence with the Merrimack River and observed evidence of recreational activity near Dumpling Brook and on the bank of the Merrimack River between Dumpling Brook and stormwater outfall. So I don't expect you to answer anything about that. My whole point of this is it's so frustrating, beyond frustrating. Here we are. This was well over a year ago that you requested Saint-Gobain have this tested. I saw the emails in One Stop asking for extra time, saying this went wrong or that went wrong or whatever, so it was granted. And the whole thing is I don't feel like you're gaining appropriate information needed to make conclusions regarding our community's level of contamination. This is a big deal to us. So they pulled 5 fish out that weren't big enough. What is the plan now? What are you doing about that?
I believe we're asking him to repeat the testing, and
I didn't see any evidence of that, so.
Have we put that forward?
And I looked.
Okay.
No, we're continuing to review the data.
What data? Really? I mean, what data?
Yeah, on the fish that were collected.
From the Merrimack River, which is not Dumpling Brook, which is, you've mentioned Dumpling Brook like at least a dozen times of how contaminated it is. correct?
Yeah, good talk.
I mean, come on.
So one thing I could speak to is I made the observation in 2018 that you mentioned, where I saw several fish in the fall of 2018 in Dumpling Brook, and those fish were big. But there was some sort of like a beaver dam or an obstruction that was present in the brook in 2018. There were some high flows in the river, Merrimack River, and the Merrimack River inundates the lower part of Dumpling Brook. So Dumpling Brook becomes part of the Merrimack River during high flows. And I revisited Dumpling Brook in 2019 when they did the fish tissue sampling. And it appeared that the beaver dam that was kind of backing up the water, making Dumpling Brook a little deeper, where the big fish were swimming around, was wiped out by the high flows in the Merrimack River. So that at the time they conducted the fish tissue sampling in 2019, Dumpling Brook was only a few inches deep, and there were no fish visible upon my inspection. So maybe that answers your question a little bit?
Well, it does answer it, but my question is they were asked August of 2018 to do this. They did it August of 2019. So the Merrimack River washed it out over the summer. Why was it not done in the spring? Like, why did you give them so much time is my question.
So part of the answer to that is when the flow in the Merrimack River is high, you essentially have flow from the Merrimack River, which has relatively low PFAS, flowing back into Dumpling Brook. And fish are different from humans in that the PFAS in fish can be flushed from their system in a period of about 1 to 2 weeks. So some of the requirements DES put in their letter was that the stage of the Merrimack River was low enough so the flow could be out from Dumpling Brook, so that way any fish caught in the brook for a period of 2 weeks would have maximum exposure to PFAS. So essentially you'd be measuring the worst case scenario and not getting an artificially low sample due to high water in the Merrimack. So that's why there was kind of a delay, because unfortunately the Merrimack stayed high for some period of time and didn't hit the criteria that DES had specified. And that was the source of a lot of that delay.
Okay. I appreciate that information. I just want to leave it with Merrimack continues to be forgotten by a lot of people in the state. I'm not saying you guys are forgetting us, but with this whole fish tissue thing, people are watching this and people are waiting for this data. And you mentioned there's no plan to get more data, but you're going to keep reviewing the data. That absolutely makes zero sense. So please do your job and please get us the information that we can use to get this fixed. We're relying on you guys. We've given you the power. We've gotten people elected to help you out. And it's up to you to actually use that authority and actually do something with it. So I ask you to please do that.
I'll try to keep this very quick, very short. So again, Wolfram von Schön for Conservation Drive, MVD Commissioner. I think we all know that this is a cat and mouse game, right? So the FDA and so on, if I were to produce a medicine, I would have to prove to the authorities that it's not harmful, right? And that it serves its purpose. With the chemical industry, it's the other way around. The public has to prove with a lot of investigation whether or not it's harmful to the public, right? So, and as a water district, it's actually even more difficult because not only need we to identify the polluter that polluted our water wells, we also need to prove negligence, right? It's not just about finding a polluter, it's about proving that they were negligent, right? So it's not as easy as just pointing fingers. We need to also identify that they failed to do their job.
I have no legal training, but I don't know if that's true or not, to be honest.
I'm not asking for a comment on that.
I don't think that's true because, I mean, for instance, MBD 4 and 5, I don't believe that Saint-Gobain has admitted to any negligence.
Correct.
I believe.
Because it was a settlement, it was not a
Right,
trial.
So I'm just saying your statement that you have to have that double proof. I don't think you're any different than us from that standpoint. If somebody contaminated your well and you can prove it, you have the right to sue them and get remediation for damages done to you.
I do, but we just came out of a meeting to discuss, but it doesn't matter. Fact of the matter is to cut a cat and mouse game, right? So once we have identified one or two substances, substances can be changed to have the same profile in the application, and we're starting all over again. In the meanwhile, we're wasting a lot of taxpayers' money, your time, our time, and people's water, bill goes up, and their bottled water bill goes up as well. And I'm not a legal expert, certainly not in jurisdictional question, but there's other solutions possibly out there, and that it's more of a comment really for legislators here. Where are the ladies and gentlemen from New Hampshire? So as you all know, there are some states that have implemented soda taxes, sugar taxes, taxes that tax products that are causing the public harm, that are causing the public to spend more money. Maybe a comment can be, we need to think about a PFAS tax, a PFAS user tax, a PFAS producer tax. Maybe we need to think about a nuisance tax for those hotels, and in the same process, think about a nuisance tax for PFAS, for people and companies, not people, for companies that use this. And all of a sudden, we may have a solution where we don't have to find a culprit. We just see what they purchase, and we put a certain percentage on top of that invoice that they pay to their supplier, right? So again, just a comment, I don't know what's possible, what authority a state or a town government has, but might want to be thinking about that. Thank you.
Bill Boyd again. Simply put, you have the consent decree with Saint-Gobain. Process has been moving forward. One of the things that I have not seen is any type of a management strategy that's been promulgated by DES as how they want to manage the remediation of the contamination at Saint-Gobain. So my question to you is, have you begun to think about philosophically at this particular point, outside of the end goal being bringing Saint-Gobain into compliance, what the specific priorities would be for DES to work with Saint-Gobain in terms of that particular remediation? And have you thought about what remediation is going to look like in DES's eyes to the town of Merrimack within the next year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years?
You're asking what the remedy will be?
There's a process in play. You've established a process through the consent decree and through the permitting process. The end goal is bringing Saint-Gobain to being compliant, whatever compliance is. My question to you is, have you thought about philosophically what DES's goals are going to be in working with Saint-Gobain to meet those particular dashboards? Can't think of the word that comes off the top of my head, but
sure. So the process that Jeff started to describe in his presentation, we're deeply involved in the SI right now, the site investigation, and of course there are also remedial response activities that have already occurred with respect to water lines and such, and probably more in the future. But then when we get to the actual remediation of the site, the way the process works, and we would hope that it would work just the way the rules set it out, that it wouldn't require any extraordinary measures, that once that SI, that site investigation is determined to be complete, then we would, under the rules, the company would be required to propose a remedial action plan. And it's actually a written document that includes usually a minimum of at least 3 alternatives. This site is probably complex enough that there may well be more than that. There may be multiple remedial actions that need to occur on the site. Traditional remedial actions usually look like, if you've got an area of extreme soil contamination that poses a risk to groundwater or poses a contact risk, you would treat or remove that. Simply remove it and send it to a disposal facility, or if it's not practicable to do that, perhaps to treat it in place with some treatment technology. We also have areas of very contaminated groundwater on the site. Traditionally, when we have that, it can be feasible to pump and treat that contamination. So you might put in a series of extraction wells, pump the very contaminated groundwater from what we would call a source area out of the ground, treat it to remove the PFAS, and then re-inject it in the ground. So there may be I would imagine that any number of those, and probably several of them, would be implemented here at this site. I do think, by way of sort of managing expectations for people, that it's important to note that even if we could today magically design, approve, and implement a remedy at the site so that it completely cleaned up the site proper, which, by the way, most of you know is it's a relatively small site. The facility basically occupies almost the whole parcel. Even if we could do that, we know, and it's been discussed here tonight, that we have square miles of groundwater contamination that's not going to get cleaned up as a result of those actions. So the groundwater contamination problem is a long-term problem that's going to be there regardless of what we do on the site proper. Having said that, I don't want to diminish the importance of doing good remedial work on the site proper, because there's a lot of massive contamination there, and we want to make sure we control, get that, and remove it and remediate it to the fullest extent practicable. But even if we do that incredibly well, we're still going to have a lot of contaminated groundwater for square miles around the facility. That's really unfortunate, but that's the truth.
And I would say, Jeff did point out some active remedial actions that have already been taken. There were problems in the stormwater lines. Those have been repaired and relined. There were problems in their sewer line. That was repaired and relined. It was clear that their sewer product was high in PFAS and was going into the treatment plant. They have put online a treatment facility to stop that. So there have been some actions to do remedial. I'm with everybody else. We'd love the site to be pristine and clean and have that done. I'm actually an impatient person by nature. Ask anyone who works with me. They have pointed out to me that you really do want to know where the contamination is before you tell them to put a remediation in site, because they're going to put a remediation plant in site wherever you say to do it. They're going to run it until it says it's clean, then they're going to take it away and walk away. And if you didn't hit the right site, then you didn't actually clean up the contamination. So you do want to know where the contamination is before you tell them to clean it up. It's not my natural mode of operation, but they have shown me examples and convinced me you really do want to know where this stuff is. Unfortunately, it's patience.
Two quick follow-ups to Mike's comment regarding the remedial action plan. Is it fair to say that Golder, once we get to that particular point, it's going to be Golder working on behalf of Saint-Gobain that's going to develop it, and DES will have oversight as to whether it meets an appropriate wrap or not?
Yeah, the way the process, it's up to Saint-Gobain to choose their consultant. they're using...
No, I'm using it because Golder's
assuming
been
that Golder
consistent.
continues as their...
Right.
Then the typical method would be Golder would prepare a proposed remedial action plan consistent with the rules, submit that to DES, and we would review that and then probably comment on it. We almost always have comments, or something to say that it needs to be improved or changed in some fashion. And then what they would do is they would also, as part of that, they would recommend which remedy that they've reviewed is the one that or which remedial options, in this case there'll probably be many, should be implemented. And then we would either approve that or not. And if it was approved, then we would expect them to implement it.
And then lastly, based on the sewer product and the in-house filtration, which I know they put that in, I'm aware of that. It's fair to say that any future stormwater discharge, along with groundwater contamination, that the town of Merrimack, specifically our wastewater treatment plant, should see a diminished amount of if any, a diminished amount of PFOA that they're going to be responsible for cleaning. In other words, we're still going to be responsible for cleaning up whatever gets ejected from Saint-Gobain and whatever exists in groundwater that gets infiltrated. Thank you. Right. That was the word I was looking for. Right. That the town of Merrimack, our wastewater treatment is still going to be testing and potentially cleaning it.
It's my understanding from talking to Sarita that since they put the filtration system on, she has seen a marked difference. As far as their...
Correct. She said that to me.
Anything that they're putting into stormwater that's getting into the ground, there's not a great deal of transfer from groundwater at the site into the sewer system that feeds your waste treatment plant. There were some real issues with the stormwater piping, and we had questions, was it water from the pipe getting down into the ground, or the groundwater actually coming up through the stormwater pipe, or both? But as far as your plant, Rita said that she's seen a real difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, and she did say that, so, okay, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. My name is Dan. I actually work here in Merrimack and live in Londonderry, so I can't drink water at all, so I'll eventually turn to dust. So a couple quick questions. You mentioned in your briefing 4 PFOAs or PFOA substances, but there's a whole huge family tree and potentially thousands. So the water testing that is being done, is that only looking for those 4?
Most of the water testing being done is looking at anywhere from 6 to 24 plus compounds. That's this kind of standard suite that most commercial laboratories can test for.
Okay. And then there was another mention of soil sampling, which seemed to be largely around the Saint-Gobain facility and maybe the near parcels. But then there was another chart that explained how contamination happens through wind and rain and everything else. So I guess I'm wondering, are soil samples right near the facility maybe not the most likely spot to have contamination in soil?
Maybe to answer, because he's doing the current site investigation. When this all first got started and we realized it was an air emissions problem, we actually did a sensitive site survey all the way through Litchfield, all the way through Merrimack, out into Amherst, out into Hollis, schools, playgrounds, daycare centers, preschools. And what we did find is soil contamination really is packed pretty tight in. We certainly do see some soil contamination further out, but it drops off and is way below the contact standard. The only place we found close to the contact standard is right up against the facility. I mean, in the very, very near proximity.
All right, and then I spoke to the gentleman out in the hallway, and then now listening to the status. And again, being from Londonderry, this all just kind of sprung up here in the last little bit. My wife found out through Londonderry Moms, and it's been a little crazy. But so I understand that they're going out, they've identified sample sites that they're going to go and test. If they find levels higher than is acceptable, they're going to go then test in the immediate area. I guess it feels a little bit like flawed logic to me, because, if one house has it, the well that's 10 feet away feels pretty logical it's going to have it.
It doesn't. That's the weird thing. And Mike and I were in the original stages of this. Like I said, I live in Litchfield, and there's literally a site that I've been to multiple times. Their well is at 20 parts per trillion. And every one of their neighbors, and I got a bad wing, I could throw a rock and hit every one of their neighbors. We're over 200. Because of the fractured bedrock, and this is something that Jeff brought up, knowing how it gets down into the fractures and how the fractures go between sites, really in our area feeds an awful lot of what connectivity, if any, there is.
Okay. So I guess maybe the other way I was going to frame that is, how much of the additional samples and everything like that are going to be more random in nature, meaning going out to the places you haven't been yet, and the additional samples we're going to ask and you're pushing for and everything else? Because I just feel like, you kind of want to know the bounds of this here a little bit better. I guess
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I didn't get into a lot of the real details of their plan, but Golder did propose sampling kind of some random properties scattered throughout the area. So they did include that as an element. I just didn't drill down to that level.
All right, and then
And one thing, just as you are relatively new, is if you go to the DES website, des.nh.gov, on the very top, there's a blue banner.
Okay.
If you click on that and then go to maps, there is a sampling map that shows not every sample we have taken in the state, because we're always a little behind in putting them into the system, but it gives you an idea looking at the entire
Sure.
state, and you can zoom down into various neighborhoods and see what sampling has been done in the results.
Okay. And then finally, I will say that when this came up, my wife did try to reach out to the Saint-Gobain number, and nothing.
Do you know how long ago that was specifically?
Well, I think it was after the Londonderry meeting, maybe, I don't know when that Londonderry meeting was.
Last Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it was probably last week.
If you wouldn't mind,
couple times.
again, don't say it out loud because we are on video. If you could share your personal contact information with Jeff.
Sure.
We are going back to Saint-Gobain with specific complaints where they're not being responsive, and having an exact number and saying, we believe they called at this time period, when was their response, they have to give us a response.
Sure.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendall Smith. What was, you may have mentioned this in your presentation, but I don't recall. What was the goal of your subsoil or subsurface investigation?
So the goal of the subsurface investigation is to determine the extent, nature of contamination, and also determine where that contamination may be going and what or who might be potential receptors for that contamination.
Okay. And I know in response to Mr. Boyd's comments, we talked about this a little bit, but in terms of remediation plans, can you conceive of a remediation plan that does not require groundwater treatment plants to be installed?
I think we want to be careful, as we are in the middle of a number of lawsuits, in precluding or saying that we absolutely must have any one given thing.
And I think that the main thing to say is that we spent a lot of time explaining why it's really important to do a comprehensive site investigation. And I don't want anybody to think that we're prejudging what's going to happen. We're going to take that information, that data, and Golder or their consultant will use that to make their recommendations. And then we will review that then when we have the benefit of that complete comprehensive site investigation and the work that they've done to propose it. And then we'll, using and applying the rules, we'll determine what are compliant and appropriate effective remedies.
Okay, and lastly, given the results of the last round of testing that I think shocked everybody, is there some reason that the commissioner has not exercised his authority under the authority of the commissioner in cases of emergency?
Because we don't believe that there is an emergency at this time. The facility has significantly reduced the amount that they use, and Kathy gave a great example. They've dropped it down to where they're to less than a pound a year coming out. Certainly the residual that's left in the ground from decades of operation is very concerning, and we need to know where it is and what we can do to remediate it. But as far as their current operations, we don't believe with the emissions we've seen coming out of the stack that we can make that health emergency declaration. And that's what we wrote back to the town. Obviously, I realize people don't agree and they'd like to see a different outcome, but the belief was that at this point, based on the regulatory authorities we have, we can demand what we're demanding, and they are being responsive in offering up best available control technology. We've gotten comments as to whether that is or is not as good as it should be. And again, if you want to comment on that, we need it in writing. But as far as an imminent health emergency, their current operations, we don't believe, rise to that.
Okay.
And again, I know you don't like that answer, and I understand that.
Lorene Allen, again. In recent communications from Saint-Gobain, somewhere in my email, I think it was a statement to the town of Merrimack. What was a little disturbing to me and arrogant is there was a phrase in there that stated, "We have no plans to remediate groundwater." Now, when I hear you talk about getting to the point you didn't say that, Saint-Gobain did, in a recent correspondence over the last few weeks. I'll find that if anyone wants to see it. I found that very arrogant. You know, you have your process and you're talking about the SI and then you go into whatever the plan will be. I like hearing that because we haven't heard that yet, so thank you. What strikes me in this lack of responsibility and the arrogance that I see here is in Hoosick Falls, the same facility, the same consultants, Golder, CT Mail, the test facilities, it's all the same players, the same manager, I believe, or something too. The cooperation there has been excellent. I don't know if it's because they have a CERCLA filing. Maybe it is because they have the community task group because of that. There's been no cost to residents. The residents rejected a consent agreement, so there's full cost of filtration, maintenance, ongoing. They're better off without that decree, it seems. You know, obviously, full blood tests, 2 rounds of blood tests, a health study nationally given to them because they have the blood tests and they have, you know, resources that we don't have, it seems. They also have ATSDR support because of the Superfund filing. So I just want to put that out there that there were benefits to that. I'm not telling you what to do, but there were benefits there. New York is a different ballgame. We're a small state. Resources are limited. I do know that. So that speaks to, I see in their communications just a tad more arrogance than what I read in their communications there. That bothers me. Very big on ethics. I think in Merrimack, you know, all over town, we have the phrase 1 town, 4 villages. So that brings me to my next point, the issue of the blue line. I'm absolutely familiar with the agreement. I understand why it was made. It breaks my heart. I live right inside of that blue line, maybe right on it. I have MVD water. It seems like we had more of a share in my area of wells 4 and 5 from that booster tank. Okay, what's done is done. Now we have septic. So what happens there is we have this line of houses, just at least on my end of the street, that were sitting a little high since the early 80s. So the town water comes in, we use it, and we do everything with it, and it goes, and you see where I'm going with this. It leaches down at the bottom of my property is Babusick Brook. Babusick Brook is the ground source for neighbors of mine right around the corner, right on the other end of Bean, Woodward, Profile, all those neighborhoods there. When the original map came out, I had looked at it and I had seen the test data 2.5 years ago, whenever it was. I walked one day all along there and I just thought about it. And I thought, wow, you know, what I'm flushing and discharging through my washing machine and tap water and stuff is adding to the bioburden of my neighbors. My neighbors are outside of the blue line. They all are. So I understand it's harder to assign responsibility outside of the blue line. Some of the responsibility is mine, inadvertently, right? Because I use the septic system and public water. So this is very complicated. One of the pieces that they tried to look at in New York is this issue of percentage to various polluters, because there was that going on. You know, oh, there's a metal plate, or oh, there's Honeywell, oh, there's this one, oh, there's that one. And they said, okay, we'll give a percentage to each of you. I don't know if that's something you've considered or how you would do that exactly, but maybe consider that. I have a couple of requests that you may or may not be able to do, because when I think of this 1 town, 4 villages, I don't like leaving people behind. You know, it breaks my heart. We've all heard the stories through the years, person after person coming up. I know we can't link exposure to outcome, but I've heard way too much. I see it in my own family. It's heartbreaking. Anyways, what I'm proposing maybe is proactive, is ethically, we know there is an issue in a vast area of southern New Hampshire, Litchfield, Bedford, Londonderry, parts of Hollis, Amherst, you know, different polluters perhaps, yes. But how do we give those folks the ability to protect themselves? I think some leadership would be maybe some communication needed so they could reduce their own risks. I think maybe notification to all in a bigger area of, with private wells, I'm talking about, of just vaguely saying there's known contamination in this area. And I had wrote a while back, and I knew you were crazy busy legally that day, about my suggestion that maybe we can explore a well test program with a volume discount with whoever you recommend we use, and we can ask them, can we get a volume discount? And maybe we can put that on literature, and people can have an affordable, more affordable way to get their own wells tested. At least we give them the information. It is up to them what they're going to do with it, but there are people that don't even know. They think if they're outside the line, they're safe. I heard someone say that last week. I don't like the word safe, and I don't tell them they're unsafe. I say, well, your well was tested back in what day? You really need to have it retested. That's all I say to people. So we have to find a way to not divide our community by the blue line. And I've seen the new things about, you know, so many feet around fire stations and airports, and you know, we know what that's about. That's reducing liability. that's just the way it is. But we need to consider that for all the work you're doing, that's just mind-blowingly brilliant work, there are people and families and lives here, and we have to find a way to help them protect themselves without, causing, unjust issues to what you're doing. But, I think I see a little bit of arrogance, and I think we need a little more responsibility, and we need to reach out a little further beyond that blue line. You can't do anything unless they're over 70, and you say it's up to them, they can sue, but they may not know how to do that. They may not even know, what their rights are. So just at least to get another round of testing or some information to them in some way that we can show some leadership and communication so people don't feel discouraged. And so many people are moving out of our town that love it here because it's a great community, and that's very sad to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's John Wilson. I live in Londonderry. First question is the consent decree online? I'd like to get a copy of it.
Yes, it is. Again, if you go to the des.nh.gov website, there's a blue banner on the top. Click on the blue banner in the upper right corner.
Yep.
There's information about PFAS rule setting, and if you look down in that area, there is a copy of the consent decree.
Okay, I can do that. Second question is, when will we have a better understanding of well, I guess let me restate that. The wells that have been tested, I'd be very curious to see how many of those wells that are contaminated are bedrock wells and how deep they are and so on, and not addresses, but regions where they are, because it seems to me that's doing more testing in that area is the key to find how bad this problem is in terms of how it can spread. Between the bedrock wells is, if it's groundwater, I think it's going to be, you can contain it. If you get a lot of wells that are in bedrock, then you don't know where this stuff is going over a period of time. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I would say probably the majority of wells in the area are bedrock wells. So we know the PFAS have migrated down into the bedrock.
Okay. Next question is equipment readily available to homeowners to deal with this contaminant for filtration?
Yeah, again, if you go on our website to the blue banner, there is a fact sheet on home filtration that goes through what technologies are out there. There are a couple for home that are commonly used. There's even some information on past testing on commercial brand names that have been done.
Okay, that's fine. That's enough. I can find it then. The next question is, assuming you get this filtering equipment or whatever it is in, I assume then in order to be confident that everything is working, you need to do testing over a period of time. So is the state capable of doing the testing at your lab in Concord, capable of testing for this?
Our lab does not test for PFAS. We do have a sheet online of labs that we recommend.
Approximately what does that cost?
It varies. For the lowest level test, I've seen it as low as $125, $150. If you get on the Merrimack Facebook page, every now and then somebody goes and gets a better price and they compare notes. That's the lowest I've seen. Usually it's more up around $200, $250. If you do the advanced panel, which we do, which is 30 plus analytes, we have some that are around $350.
So it's a package of, typically you have to pick the contaminant, but it falls into a package of, 10 contaminants.
This is more to do PFAS testing is a unique test. There's a couple different versions. There's an EPA test called 537 that tests for around 14 analytes. There's a DOD version called isotope dilution. We focus more on that. That has 30 plus analytes available in some labs. But it's, again...
Okay, but it's on the website.
Yep.
I can find it. Okay, then just one more question. I'm trying to understand how much a person could lay out to get this problem solved so you get behind them. Next question is, I assume that the filter media, I assume it's a filter media of some kind to pull this out, right?
It depends. Reverse osmosis, some people prefer that, especially as an under sink as a point of use. The other is granulated activated carbon. In that case, yeah, you have to replace the media, not just because of PFAS. We have radon,
Yeah, I
too.
understand that. But I then assumed that the filter media becomes a hazardous waste.
No.
You can
put it in your garbage. This adsorbs onto the carbon, so it locks on very, very well.
Okay.
And we consider proper landfilling to be a good disposal.
Okay, so if somebody wants to do this, they buy the filter equipment. They get to periodically do the testing, and they can be reasonably out of this problem.
Yep.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and residence?
It's Bill Boyd, 139 Joppa Road.
Nice to
Town
meet you.
Council. Nice to meet you, too. My manners before, by the way, thanks for coming tonight, addressing all of our questions. I really appreciate it, and I know the community appreciates it, especially at this late hour, so I will wrap it up and make it quick. Don Provencher earlier talked about natural attenuation as a remediation strategy, and based on what Don said, do you think DES is going to revisit that and come up with some type of an alternative strategy to natural attenuation?
I think it really depends what part of the site you're talking about. So if you're talking about the site proper, I think everything's on the table for remedial options there. If you're talking about 64 square miles of contaminated, overburden, and bedrock aquifer, we're certainly not aware of any active treatment system that plausibly could address that. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll learn something in the future here. We're learning stuff every day, but that is just such an outsized problem in terms of its sheer land area. And if you do the math on how much water that represents,
huge.
The idea that, I mean, put it this way, you know, I don't think the money it would cost to do that could be spent so much better because, you know, for a fraction, if it were even possible to pump and treat that much groundwater, a fraction of that money could be used to put first-class treatment on every public water supply well and every private water supply well. That would be, you know, do it at the pinch points where the water you're actually going to use, that's what you want to treat. So, you know, this is, again, we've been in this business of investigating and cleaning up contaminated hazardous waste sites for, you know, nearly 40 years now at DES. And, you know, we're normally, a big site for us is a site that, you know, one of our Superfund sites had a plume that was a mile long, and that was like a huge site for us. And now suddenly we've got 64 square miles of contaminated aquifer. So it's just, it's completely apples and oranges, and it's so much beyond what our experience dealing with hazardous waste sites represents.
Okay. And the other is, to some degree, the cycle at this site has preceded the research cycle that's out there, but not by that much anymore. Originally, all the research was, what are the health impacts? You know, what linkages can you go find, and how do you set safe standards? There's a lot of research getting to the field level on remedial efforts, and it's pretty impressive. We're starting to get companies coming in because of the reputation we have that the data we collect is very good. We keep very good and very public logs of everything. We're sort of a good research partner, and we're getting a lot of agencies coming in saying we have a new capability. Could we brief you on it? Could we do testing? A number of soil cookers have been in. They want to know how to do air testing because they've never had to do air testing before for these compounds. And so we're working with them to see if some of the technologies that have been used on other contaminants with proper air treatment, could they be brought to these contaminants also? And so I would agree with Mike. There's nothing that's off the table at this point, but the idea that we're going to do active remediation over an entire 64 square mile site for every drop of water, I do think that's unrealistic, even with the best, most optimistic technologies that I've seen out there. We're sort of, it's a two-edged sword. I mean, we had a lot of contaminated sites because of the Department of Defense, but the Department of Defense has an awful lot of money. And so when they have a problem, a lot of money goes towards researching, solving that problem suddenly. They have a really, really big problem around the world. And so suddenly there's a lot of money getting invested in research on how to go resolve that problem. It's never fast enough. I mean, we want solutions yesterday.
And the only thing I would add is that, having said what I said, I wouldn't rule out the possibility that in some unique hydrologic situation somewhere in that area, that some kind of active remedy might be the best remedy. So I want to make sure that, we're not prejudging that either. It's certainly possible that in some particular setting, some kind of active treatment might make sense.
The operative word being unique.
Right.
Oh, that's fair enough. And then lastly, regarding the dip pans, will DES be regularly testing those dip pans for PFAS? And if you find PFAS, is the potential of finding Saint-Gobain for its use a possible act? Question mark.
So that was a comment within the AIR hearing, and I'll be addressing that in the write-up. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
I promise I'll be really quick. I was just wondering what your experience was with any kind of PFAS fingerprinting methods. Have you had any experience with that where you match up a contamination in a well with a suspected source? I don't know if you've ever had to use that before.
I don't know that we go as far as fingerprint. It's sort of handprint. We certainly, we can look at the contamination near an AFFF site, an aqueous film forming pipe, and it's very, very different from a process signature like Saint-Gobain. We have to a number of the labs that are out there, they're trying to go and create a forensic fingerprinting type of capability.
Right.
To date, I've not seen it. We've had presentations from a couple of labs.
Jeff can speak to that.
Okay.
So one thing we're doing as part of site investigations, at Saint-Gobain and across the state is to plot the PFAS chemicals in a certain way that allows us to plot them by chain length. And we can also plot sulfonates side by side with carboxylates. So we can kind of see like how PFOA and PFOS, which are both C8 compounds, compare to each other. And that's kind of like a good visual way to, sort of fingerprint, I guess, if you will, PFAS from well to well, or compare it to samples collected close to or from the source. So that is something we are looking at closely.
Is that a process that was developed by a specific company or something, or is that something you guys kind of developed on your own?
That's something we did in-house.
Okay. Is that information, is there reports on that or anything? I'd be kind of interested in.
It's just an Excel sheet kind of way of plotting. It's nothing really fancy, but I think it's just a visually way to enhance, taking a table of data that's hard to look at and turning it into something that the eye can easily discriminate patterns.
Okay, thanks.
All right. If there's no one else, I thank you for coming out. As I said, DHHS is trying to set a date, location, time. I think they were looking at November 20th for a health meeting. The exact format also, they're trying to figure that out, but we'll try and get that out and announced as soon as possible. And thank you again for coming. Have a nice evening. Drive safe. Is that the time? Okay. I haven't seen an announcement yet. I know Lisa was reaching out to the various towns that are impacted to see, if we've had a lot of meetings here because of the concern that for public hearings, there's infirmities and concerns. I think there was some thought of that one of the other towns may want to host the next meeting. Anyway, that's DHHS setting that. I'm not. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark.